Hello everyone and welcome into our latest live video. It is Friday, the 28th of August, 2026. My name is Carey Holzman and thank you guys for joining me. I hope you've had a good week and things got really busy over here this week. Business has been picking up. I don't know if it's a temporary spike, but I've had more support calls this week than I've had in any 5-day period this year. So I don't know if that's just a weird coincidence, people that I haven't heard from in a while, and some system problems that we can talk about. Oh, I think we'll probably talk about Monday, where I've got some customers that have some older printers. And Microsoft's introduced this sort of plug-and-play auto installation of printers, utilizing a feature that I'm just not thinking of in my head right now. And if your printer doesn't support that, it can be very difficult to get your printer to communicate with your computer, especially after this Windows update. And the way around it is essentially turn that feature off in Microsoft Windows and go through the pain in the butt of getting your old school printer hooked back up again, which has always been a pain in the butt, always. And it's generally only printers that are about 10 plus years old that are having this problem. And some people are very attached to their printers, I guess. I don't know what to say, but boy, I had a doozy of one with a customer that just could not get the printer to work, and I worked on it for a couple hours before I figured it out. So essentially, it's forget everything you know about modern printers, which you plug in and Windows automatically sees it and automatically loads the Windows driver. And instead, turn that feature off. Go back to the printer manufacturer's website, download the driver, and then follow the steps that the manufacturer has from 10 years ago on how to install it. Oh, man, people won't let stuff go, and it's just torture. So hopefully, if you encounter this, you'll buy a new printer. But if you refuse to, and you'd rather spend 2 hours getting it set up, I mean, I'll make a video and show you how I did it. It probably wouldn't take me 2 hours now. It's just that the whole process of trying to figure out what the heck was going on was very confusing and misleading. And we'll get into those details on Monday during Monday's members only show. Today, we've got a brand new machine sent to us from Kamrui. There is no information about this online. And when I asked Gemini for information about it, Gemini said I must be mistaken because Kamrui doesn't make this. And I told Gemini, I've got it in my hands. You can't tell me it doesn't make it. And it said, well, it sounds like you've got an engineering sample, which is usually under an NDA. I said, no, we did not sign any non-disclosure agreements. We are welcome to open this and evaluate it. Freedom of speech, they are welcoming and inviting us to give our honest opinion of it. It's not due to be released until next month. And then Gemini sounded all excited. So we'll get more into that during today's show. First, a shout out to our friend Buster. That's Peter Laycock in the chat room. And our friend Mark Gaines. Buster joins us from Scotland, Mark Gaines from Northern Ireland, who both sent an Amazon gift card to support the show prior to us beginning our broadcast today. We use these Amazon gift cards to buy things on Amazon that we review here on the channel. And on top of that, they're also members. So thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Each and every one of you in green, everybody in blue, and even everybody in white. Yeah, I'm not excluding you. You're a part of this community too. But the fact of the matter is, what we've got on the table to review and evaluate, somebody's paying for it. So just bear that in mind. Without the financial support, well, these videos would be far fewer in between and look a lot different. More of a me just reading the news or something, which is fine. It's fine. It's just not what I want to do. What I want to do is evaluate new technology, routers and computers and chips and gadgets and external drives and NASs and all that stuff. So luckily, the folks over at Kamrui, they reached out and made us the offer to look at it. And this features the new Intel, it's the new budget line Core Ultra 304 that we just evaluated from Minisforum. And Minisforum doesn't have theirs released yet either. And AMD has a competing budget level called the Ryzen 5 3104U. So I guess what the logic is here, and I can only guess, since the RAM and the storage are so expensive, PC sales are falling, right? That's just not rocket science. And while Intel and AMD have no control over what solid state drives cost or what RAM costs, then their sales are affected because of the other manufacturers. So how can you boost sales? Well, you can try to reduce the cost of your part of it. Computers made up of several different components, and Intel does not, nor does AMD, make the RAM or the storage. So if it's affecting sales, the best thing you can do, I suppose, is just try and build a cheaper foundation, since the RAM and the storage are going to cost, what they're going to cost. There's nothing you can do about it. But what they can do is make the baseline system cheaper. And by doing so, coming out with custom-made chips that are designed for that purpose. They're right from the factory designed to be budget-friendly, meaning they're built to a price point. They often have single-channel RAM, 5 cores. They're decent, don't get me wrong. They are decent. In fact, that's what's supposed to be in this box, is the AMD, sorry, not the AMD, the Intel Core 3 304. That's what should be in here. So interesting that AMD named theirs the 3104. Isn't that interesting? What a coinkydink that is. Huh. But there's nothing on the back of this box that tells me what's in it. So we're going to find out as I unbox it and we experience it together for the very first time. Usually we have a link for you to click on if you want to order one. Unfortunately, this does not officially exist. This, I believe, is an engineering sample of what's coming. So this video is really here to serve a purpose to, I mean, Kamrui didn't really explain it, but I think what they're trying to do is build up some anticipation and excitement so that you don't buy anything in the meantime, because they're basically saying is at this price point, you won't be able to find a better value. So if you're looking for a computer, you might want to wait a couple weeks because this is coming. All right, that's my understanding. Now we're going to check that against reality here, live and on camera. But first, I want to give a shout out and a big thank you to our friends at VIP-URCDKEys. They are the company that I buy my Windows and Office licenses from, and thank goodness, because I needed a couple this week, and quite frankly, that can often be a stalling point for the customers. Customer calls me to buy a new machine. They think it's supposed to come with Microsoft Office. It doesn't. They need a copy of Microsoft Office, and they want to use the machine today. So where am I supposed to get a copy of Microsoft Office? I can go online to Microsoft and pay $550. Actually, you can pay like $200 a year for an Office 365 subscription. And every year they have the computer, it's another $200. And they'll probably raise the price, right, as time goes on. That's how that works. So we can get them a perpetual license that they don't have to pay the monthly subscription or the annual subscription to Microsoft. And the total cost of it is a fraction of the cost from Microsoft. Without piracy, without circumventing, all on the up and up and all legal, not circumventing any laws. Everything's legitimate, and it's just an alternative option that many people don't know about. And it's hard to tell the scammers from the real, authentic sellers online. I don't care if you're on eBay or Amazon. There are scam sellers. You know this as well as I do. And especially when it comes to software. Oh boy. So I was on a mission a few years back to find a replacement supplier. And I decided to start trying some of these software sellers, and I invested quite a lot of money. And every one of them burned me. Every single one of them. One of the customers that contacted me earlier this week somehow had Windows 11 Enterprise installed on their computer. Where did they get that from? All right, so if you want to do it the way a professional does it, you don't have to be a professional, because I asked the folks at VIP-URCDKEys after I vetted them out and I tested them and I checked out their support and legitimacy of the product. I said, I want to work with you, and they said, great. And then I said, okay, also I have an audience and I would like to extend what I pay to them. Would you do that? And they said, absolutely. So what I'm about to show you is a video we filmed a couple of months ago. And I do this in every video where I talk about this very thing. And I tell you, if you scroll beneath the video, this video that you're watching right now, me live, or the video I'm showing you, there's a little box, you click more, and that's the video description that has the details of what we're talking about, including the links for the Office and Windows product keys. Okay, you don't have to use those links. You can go directly to the website there I'm showing you if you want to search for it. But if you just click the link, you don't have to search. It takes you right there. Once you're there, you'll see here we've selected Windows 11 Pro. Hit the Buy Now button. It wants us to sign in. It's free to create a sign-in. You have to sign in. Can you imagine trying to order something from Amazon or Newegg without a sign-in? How would they know where to send it? Who do they know to bill? So you create the account for free, just like you would on any other e-commerce site. Put my name in the promotion code if you want to save 25% off of the already discounted price, or don't. Pay the discounted price without the promotion code if you want to. I don't get paid any differently. I'm looking out for you. Choose how you want to pay, right? There's all these different payment methods, and hit the Pay Now button. What screen follows is your standard form filling for that particular payment method. That's the same on every e-commerce site on the internet for that payment method. It doesn't change. It's always the same. So when, say, for example, you choose PayPal, whatever the PayPal method is, the screen that comes up is the same for all websites that use it. If PayPal changes it, then it changes for everyone at the same time. So there's no worry about scams. There's no worry about legitimacy. In fact, I stand behind it myself. So if you have any problems, they have 6 months of free support. So if you have an issue, just chat with them right over the website. Once you order it, you will have your product key and download link within about 2 minutes. Rain or shine, day or night, weekend, business day, holiday, doesn't matter. 3 o'clock in the morning, you order it, within about 2 minutes, there's everything. If you have any problems, the tech support is 24/7. Just chat to them, they'll help you. I promise they're going to help you. If they don't help you, I need to know about it. You send an email to me. We're going to get it resolved. And if I find out, if it starts happening that people are reaching out to me en masse, we won't promote them anymore, right? They have a lot to lose. They are motivated to make sure you're happy. Okay, so just so you understand why, if you're like, I don't know, Carey, it sounds a little too good to be true. I'm backing it personally. Even though I don't get paid more or less if you buy it or you don't buy it. If you buy 10, if you buy 1, if you don't buy any at all, I'm still paid the same. Use the coupon code, you save money. I don't make any more or less. So this is literally for you. That's all I can do. What you choose to do with it, that's on you. I'm paid the same either way. You need to know that. The only motivation I have is I'm trying to create a win-win-win situation like I do with my customers. If they make a sale, the people at VIP-URCDKEYs, they're happy. If you save money and you have peace of mind, you're not going to get ripped off, you're happy. And if they're happy and you're happy, I'm happy. Okay? If I find out something's going on, something changes, then I don't want to use them either. And you guys could let me know that, or I can at least verify so I can find a replacement. But I'm happy to say I haven't had to do that since we started this relationship with them, their parent company, about 3 years ago, maybe even going on 4 years now soon. We've never, ever had any issue unresolved, and we've only had about a half dozen issues in 4 years. And those were usually miscommunications. So if you're frustrated, give them a chance to make it right. If they still don't make it right, you reach out to me personally, and it will be made right. I guarantee it. And I need to know about it for those reasons, okay? So let's see. Let me say hello to everybody joining us in the chat today, because I haven't done that yet. Thanks. I can see. Let me get all the way up to the top of the chat here. Victor Torres says hello. Sean Skinner joining us in our live chat room as we're broadcasting live around the planet in 4K. I hope if you're watching us live here on Friday, August 28th in the afternoon here in Phoenix, that you will say hello in our chat room, because these videos are not meant to be a television show. They're meant for you to participate. It's a lot more fun when you participate. There's Mark Gaines saying hello, and Luke Greenia joining us from Vermont. And I see David Herzog and Eddie Casanova. Ben Laird says hello. Chris Johnson out of Albuquerque joining us. I just got the news that the hatch chili season is going to be not good this year. It's a harvest once a year. And, well, a lot of people look forward to the harvest celebration. And this year it's about 50% less of a harvest due to a bug infestation. Anyway, usually what they do is they have this big festival, and they have so much of it that they harvest what doesn't, they package it all up and freeze it so they can have it all year. And this year they're saying we're gonna run out, so heads up. That's a little sad, but hopefully next year will be a better harvest. There's Buster saying hello from Edinburgh, Scotland, where the temperature is 61 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 16.1 degrees Celsius. And also Edinburgh, it's about 8 or 9 hours ahead of us, so it's late at night over there. That's why their temperature will also be a little bit, but that's not the peak temperature of the day. Here in Phoenix, it's like 110 or something, and hopefully we'll get a little cool down. And what I mean by that is it'll be under 110 next week. It can't come soon enough. You know, after about 105, it's intolerable. If it's 105 or below, it's just a lot easier to live. So I try and stay indoors and go out after the sun goes down. And in the summertime, the sun doesn't go down till about 7:45, 8 o'clock at night. Andy W6AD says, happy mini palooza. He does love his mini computers. And let's see, lost my place. Andrew C2026 says hello from the UK. Anthony SF joins us along with Grish Labs. Yeah, Buster has a birthday coming up. Sunday. He will be 75 years old. Michael Lavelle says hello, along with Dustin Fuller, El Perez, and David Graham saying hello in the chat. Bike Man also joining us. Chris Fox says hello. Jonathan Fells says hello. Tech Smart Computers joins along with Edward Bass. Slavko says hello. There's Jim Kenny. Jose Lopez, El Perez, and Eugene Eldago all joining us here in the chat. John is telling Buster happy birthday. There's Mortant saying hello in our chat room, and Gary Tatum. Jack Kugelmis and Richard DeFries joining us. Jack is in Toronto, Canada, where it is 73 degrees Fahrenheit or 23 degrees Celsius. If you've ever been to Toronto, it's kind of like New York and just about as expensive. Let's see. Oh, I should say New York City. Should be more specific, shouldn't I? Let's see. Elijah 52 Dickens says hello. Mismatched Menace saying hello. Says they bought a key from VIP-URCDKEYs. I'm currently on 111 Pro with a key from them and no problems. Yeah, that's because it's legit, because it's real. Stephen Detroit joining us from South Africa. Saying hello in our chat room. There's Gerhard Huff. Shamim Kajviras from Sweden. As I said, we're broadcasting across the world, around the planet. And if you're watching us live, please do jump into the chat room and say hello. Everybody's in there but you, so you're missing. But we have to continue the show without you. Sam. Hobbsville Guy joins us. Welcome in, Hobbsville Guy. All right, I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, just let me know in the chat. Things go pretty quickly here, and I try to acknowledge everybody. I don't want anybody to be ignored or feel ignored. If I missed you, it's not on purpose. Sometimes I just miss things. If I did, tell me, and I'll give you the proper shout out. And I apologize if I did that. What are we doing? We're doing the Kamrui unboxing. That's what we're doing. Peter Laycock corrects me. See, that's what I'm talking about. If I get something wrong, you got to correct me. I'm moving quick. So he says Saturday. I think Peter's saying his birthday's on Saturday. It's tomorrow. And Chris Johnson's birthday is on Sunday, and I've just confused them. Thank you for that clarity. And also, happy birthday, of course, to Buster. Happy birthday to Chris Johnson as well. David Graham says, I missed his milestone. Oh, well, there it is. Now a member for 36 months, right on the dot. 3 years supporting us here. He says, it's that time of the month again. Keep the great content coming. Thank you for calling that out, David. I don't know how I missed it. It's a big green box in the chat, and I missed it. So thank you for that. Gary Tatum says he can vouch for VIP-URCDKEYs as he's bought many keys from them and only encountered a problem once, and that was entirely my fault. I was helped by the chat on their website, directed me on what to do, and made it right. That's what I'm talking about. Right? So you don't have to take my word for it. Just ask anybody in the community. It's not all a big conspiracy theory. People genuinely want to help, believe it or not. As far as I know, nobody in my chat room is a scammer. So unless you are, don't be a scammer. Everybody will be happy. All right, enough of that. Let's check out this Kamrui Pinova P2. Which there are 4 different versions of. There's an Intel version, an AMD version, and another Intel version, and another AMD version, and now yet another version. Why they keep using the same model number while still simultaneously selling the previous models with the exact same name with completely different configurations is beyond my understanding of marketing, because that doesn't make any sense to me. And of course, we've already given them our opinion on the feedback of the confusion this creates for the consumer. So if you are going to buy a Kamrui, this isn't the only model they do this with. They do it for practically every model. There are variations, and I mean extreme ones. It's typically also reflected in the price. But they otherwise share the exact same model name with no other distinction other than you reading the specifications and looking at the associated price. It all kind of makes sense when you notice that what you thought was a budget PC is priced like a mid-range, and then you actually look at the specs and find out it is a mid-range, and then you go, wait a minute, I thought this was supposed to be a budget. Well, no, you're just looking at a different version of the exact same model number, which is weird and confusing. Anyway, let's unbox it. Let me get to camera 2. We'll do a close-up. There we go. Let's move some stuff out of the way. Let's see what we've got in the box. This is my very first time seeing this. And as you'll see, there's nothing on the back of the box that tells us what CPU is in here. Most other manufacturers put that information here. If this is what they say it is, well, no matter what it is, I'm going to get a Sharpie marker and write it right on the box, because when I put that on the shelf, how am I supposed to remember what it is? So it's pretty typical on these budget brands that they don't spend a lot on packaging because they'd have to pass that cost on to you. All right, so I wouldn't turn your nose up at this. They're doing this to save you money. In the box, here we go. We'll just take out the mini PC. And again, it looks like many other models of Kamrui. You can't even tell from the box. By repurposing the same case design, it saves them money, which saves you money. So that's why they do that. There's an instruction manual. And then if we take this top half out of here, we'll have our accessories hiding underneath right there. So let's see, we've got 2 boxes. This one feels like it contains our power brick. Indeed, right there. And this power brick is, hold on, I gotta get my reading glasses out. This power brick says it's 19 volts and 65 watts. Okay, so we're not dealing with a power hungry machine that's going to have loud fans and run hot. And I'll just throw that back in there. And then finally, there's one other box in here, and this is going to contain any other accessories. Okay, we've got a VESA mounting bracket without any screws. Oh, the screws are here. And this is if you wanted to mount the computer behind your monitor or underneath the desk. And if you were to have it that close to the monitor, there's a really short HDMI cable to keep your cabling clean. Otherwise, if you just put it on the desk, this cable's probably going to be too short to reach, but hopefully you already have an HDMI cable anyway. And then this is your standard power cable that would plug into the brick, and that's a 3-pin power cable. And I like that when you add the length of this with the length of this cord, you shouldn't have any issues with cable length getting the cable from the back of the PC, which is facing me, not you, from the back of the PC over to where you need to plug it in. Now, let me just clear this stuff out of the way so we have some room. I'll just put this here, and here, and this too. Oh, and the documentation, which isn't really all that useful in my opinion. It's a lot of disclaimers and warranty stuff. So let's get back over to camera 1. There we go. And I'll put these readers away. Come back over here. Okay, so what we're looking at, pretty standard looking silver with a copper, it's all plastic. Ventilation. It's also quite decorative. And let's see, how do we open this? We go like this. There we go. Now we can really get a good look. We've got a USB Type-C up here, a couple of USB Type-A's. We've got an audio jack. Right. Got to go the other way, Carey. Right there. And of course, we have our power button right there. Nothing on the sides. Nothing up my sleeves. And in the back, you've got our display port, our HDMI port, our barrel power connector. We have a sticker covering up the Ethernet jack advising. This is an advisement. You don't have to listen. That you should turn this on and go through the Windows out of box experience without any connection to the internet. Wait until you get to the desktop, then plug it in, or connect to Wi-Fi at that point and then go to Windows updates. Otherwise, this could take a while. If you decide not to follow the advisement of the manufacturer, you could be sitting for a while waiting for updates to download, and there's nothing that you can do while that's happening. You just have to wait. On the other hand, if you just get to the desktop and you go to Windows Update after you get to the desktop, meaning you plug this in after you get to your desktop, then while it's doing Windows Update, you can continue to use the computer for other things. So anyway, you've got 4 more USB Type-A's, so we're pretty well laid out here for USB. And if you notice, if I peel this warning sticker out of the way here, if I can get something underneath of that, that is, there's a little switch right there that we've seen before. But if you've not seen this before, or you need a reminder, there we go. That's a little sticker I've removed. there's a little switch right here, and that switch is being blocked from moving by a screw. And if we take the screw out, it's right there. You could theoretically leave that little tiny screw out forever. It's up to you. It's just to prevent accidental access to the inside of the system. And that's what makes this particular case design from Kamrui unique and appealing. You've seen us have to remove rubber feet to get to screws. In theory, we shouldn't have to do that. Let's see. I move the switch and the lid comes up, and underneath the lid we have a big heat sink. So we're going to take this heat sink off. I don't want to lose that little screw. Now this little screwdriver, this was like a throwaway thing that came with an NVMe drive. And normally I don't like using these because they don't have a whole lot of leverage or grip. It's one of the, they could put this in a cereal box for free. That's how cheap these are. But it turns out, of course, they're designed for these really tiny screws, and that makes it so much easier to find a screwdriver tip that fits by just grabbing this little one, even though sometimes these screws can be in a little bit tight from the factory, and without any leverage, without much leverage on this, it can make it difficult. But let's see what's hiding underneath of here. My guess is our storage and RAM. Okay, so with that off, you'll notice how it's curved. See how the ends of the tabs come down like that? And on this side, they don't. So this only goes in one way. And you'll also see it's longer on one side than it is on the other. So putting it back in, it only goes in one way. So I've learned to start to pay attention, because sometimes I get confused when I take them apart. And on some different models from other manufacturers, this piece could go on two different ways. But this way, you can't get it wrong. So I appreciate that. I'm going to lift this up real gently. It's got some thermal tape that's kind of sticky. And we'll just kind of try and break that free without tearing the thermal tape. And yeah, there's our thermal tape right there. Inside of the unit, we have our CMOS battery right there, and easy to change out in about 5 years when you'll need to. We have our NVMe drive right there. Below that is the Wi-Fi card. These are both replaceable. There's also another M.2 slot for another NVMe drive that can fit over the top of that Wi-Fi card. The reason you're not seeing any RAM on this is because in order to lower prices and give you more and faster and more reliable RAM for less money, it's soldered on the board. RAM that's soldered on the board is faster, cheaper, and more reliable. Okay? You will not be able to upgrade this. And Apple's been doing this for years, by the way, and they're not cheap. So people that turn their nose up to RAM that's soldered on, they're sort of looking at something amazing and superior that costs less, and they're still stuck in the old ways, and oh, I can't upgrade it. If that's what you want, many modern systems today have soldered on RAM. My laptop, a Samsung Galaxy Book 3, is what, 4 years old now? It came with 32 gigs of soldered on RAM. At no point in my whole years of using it have I ever thought, I wish I had more RAM. Never. So, you know, I'm glad I didn't pay extra for the old-fashioned RAM that is more prone to failure and is slower. Also, the laptop is made thinner because of that, and cheaper. Anyway, that's why they do this. So I was just pointing out the bottom here, the ventilation on the bottom, the rubber feet on the bottom. And that's all you're going to get in here to do is either add more storage or upgrade the storage you've got. You could upgrade your Wi-Fi card, I suppose, in the future, and then change your BIOS battery. There's no reason to get to the other side. Nothing user serviceable. These don't collect dust like desktop computers do. So as far as like spraying out the dust, this is all you need. In fact, you can quite often just do it right through the ventilation without opening this at all. But the top comes off so easy, it's not a big deal. Also, there's no wires attached to the top, so no danger of breaking anything. And the case is plastic, which means your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals aren't hiding behind a metal shield, which limits their range and signal quality. But hey, people pay extra for that metal case because they like the way it looks and are completely oblivious to the fact that they just handicapped their brand new computer with style over substance. But this is cheaper to make, there's better value for you. This copper piece is just a piece of plastic painted copper. That's all that is. Okay? We're all about budget here on this design, and we'll have to see what CPU we've got in there because I still don't know. As I mentioned, when we set this back in, it's only going to go in one way because we have these tabs that stick out. And we'll also know the thermal tape is going to align with that drive. So if I tried to put this on this way, it's not gonna go in, is it? I have to turn it this way. Then that thermal tape should align. And then you think, well, does it go this way, right? But no, because of the gap there. See that? That's much longer of a piece here. So when we go to put this in, it can only go in one way, which is, yeah, just like this. And then we just put the screws back down. Don't over tighten the screws because it's just going to make it harder for you in the future to take this back off again. Just get them nice and snug. I don't know if you can tell just how much how much pressure I'm putting on the screwdriver. This little guy's not magnetized, so I'm dropping the screws, but I've got a little magnetizer right here. This little guy, you can pick it up at Amazon or any hardware store, and that'll hold on to the screws for us. Magnet magic. Yeah, just snug them up, and they'll be very easy to remove in the future without worrying about stripping out the head of the screw, so long as the tip of the screwdriver actually sits down inside. If your screwdriver just barely grabs it, you could cam out the screw, meaning strip out the top of it. Then you're going to be in a world of hurt. So don't overdo it, that's all I'm saying. And the lid, does it go this way, this way, this way? It should only go on one way. I see there's a couple of hooks here on this edge, so I'm guessing those hooks go in like this. And then we move the switch to the lock. Oh, the switch defaults back to the lock. It springs back. So just push it down and it locks in. And if you want to make sure no one opens it by mistake, you can put the screw back in. That prevents the switch from moving. It doesn't get much more uncomplicated and simple than that. Now you can't move the switch because the screw is blocking its path. Let's fire it up and see what's in this bad boy. Let's see what they sent us. We'll plug in our barrel connector. Our HDMI to our capture card is right here. So we'll plug that in right there. We need a keyboard and a mouse, so I'll just grab my little portable keyboard and mouse. And we'll use, see, these are USB 3s. Oh, the whole thing's USB 3. All right, well, sometimes if you have a USB 2, you should use that for your keyboard and mouse. And then finally, I have to get power. Yeah. And Mara says we've got an email. All right, let me grab my power cable I've got down here. As I mentioned, this is a very commonly used power connector, most often found on laptop power bricks. That's effectively what that power brick is, because these are laptop parts. They're basically mobile parts. Mobile parts are more power efficient for battery life consideration, and they're less expensive than their desktop equivalents. Also, I failed to mention right here, this little port right here, that looks like a Kamrui, sorry, not a Kamrui, that looks like a Kensington lock port, if I'm not mistaken. And what that is a steel cable that has a little T end on it. When you turn the screw, little bars open up inside to the metal frame in there. And then you take the other end of that steel cable and you latch it down, just like a bicycle. You tie it down so nobody can walk off with this if that's a concern where you're placing it. So let's turn this on now. I think I've got everything I need. Just the HDMI power, keyboard and mouse, no internet. Hit the power button, we should get a light. And let's come back over to camera 1. There I am. And let me grab my keyboard and mouse over here. Move this out of my way. And let's go to the video output of this to see what it's doing. Now our first boot up, you want to give that a second to go through its power on self-test and memory training. And hopefully we'll get something out of it here in just a moment as we patiently wait for the machine to start up and initialize. Also, I am terrible with regards to making sure my cables are plugged in all the way. So while I'm waiting, I just want to unplug my HDMI cable and plug it back in again just to see if that awakens the video output. And there we go. There's our Windows out-of-box experience. And we're going to go through this the same way we always do. English United States is us. Continue in English. They ship these all over the world. That's why when you get it, you have to tell it what country you're in, what language you speak. And in our case, based on the country, there's certain things Microsoft is allowed or not allowed to do. So this configures it for the rules of the United States. And this particular screen is for our keyboard letter layout, which was a US. You can see all the different choices people around the world may choose. And they don't have to build a computer differently for each region. They can simply do it once. And it's just a matter of changing out the right power cable. No secondary. Some places speak 2 or 3 languages. Now it wants to connect to Wi-Fi. I'm going to click I don't have internet down there at the bottom, accept the license agreement, and then I'm going to put in a username of user with no password. Next, it's going to ask us for our, oh, it did not ask us for privacy settings. They skipped right over that. I am not a fan that Kamrui has modified the installer. That is a legitimate modification. I'm just not a fan of it. I wish it was left stock. You can change location and privacy settings in the control panel, so you can do that after the fact. It's just really annoying to me that they've modified something I wish they didn't modify. Again, they didn't modify it in a way that is not kosher. It's totally allowed. It's a viable option that Microsoft says they're okay to do. I personally don't like that. We will probably end up reinstalling Windows 11 from scratch on this anyway, just to see what the driver situation is like. And when I do my installation of Windows, you don't get all those languages and regions because my download of Windows 11 is for the United States. All right, so there is some slight differences on the installation versions of international installs versus, say, there's a UK installer and there's an American installer. It's all still Windows 11, but there's little slight differences to accommodate different regions that's built in. And when a customer calls me for support and they're running an international install or an enterprise install, there's more to it than the name, folks. There's things enterprise won't do that Pro and Home will do. So when the customer says, how come I'm not getting these Windows updates? It's because you have Windows Enterprise. You know, how come all these other people got this feature and I didn't get it? Because you're running Windows LTSC. These are designed for IT departments to maintain. So they basically limit them to very minimal updates, meaning you don't get any feature upgrades and your system stays frozen in time along with you in your experience, which is great if you're only touching your own computer and you never touch anyone else's. So what I try and do is make sure all of the systems I work on all go out exactly the same, regardless if they're going to a business or a consumer. So if they call me for support, I can help them faster since everybody's the same, other than the modifications they made, which would not be replacing the operating system. Okay? If they replace the operating system, the first thing I want to do is put it back the way it was so I can help them moving forward more efficiently. But that being said, when you're a home user, you may not have these concerns. When you're just answering to yourself and have no one else to answer to, you have the freedom to do anything you want when you want. And if it takes you 2 weeks to get it done, what do you care? If it takes me 2 weeks to get it done, I probably won't be making any money and have a pissed off customer. I see Mara's approaching. Oh, I thought you were going to tell me we had more email. Speaking of the email, real quickly. We have an Amazon gift card from Michael. It says this is for the channel. I don't know who Michael is. Just somebody named Michael. Well, whoever you are, Michael. Sometimes in the comments, if you put your channel name, I'm happy to shout that out. But thank you so much for supporting us here. Now that we're booted up to the desktop, I can plug the internet into it. So let me grab my Ethernet cable, or you could go on Wi-Fi at this point. And we'll just plug this in. And if I get rid of camera 1 and you watch the bottom right corner where there's this little globe down here, you'll see that change once we plug the internet in. If the network card driver is loaded, which it should be from the factory, that'll flash, and that means it's talking and negotiating with the router, and it'll go solid when that negotiation is successful. At this point now, we can go to Windows Update and start downloading updates. And what I'm curious about is what version of Windows we've got and what the specs of the machine are, because it didn't tell us on the box. So let's get rid of this, and let's go over here, and let's go to Settings, and Windows Update. Check for updates, and I'm turning a few little things on here. Advanced options, yes, yes, yes. Optionals, just to see if there's anything in there. Doesn't seem to be. I'm going to go over here to System. I'm going to go to Notifications and scroll all the way down to Additional Settings and turn these boxes off as they're annoying. Back over to Windows Update. Back under to Advanced one more time. I forgot something. Under Delivery Optimization. That's for like an office with lots of computers where they can download the updates. Like once one computer has them on the network, you're giving Windows permission to look at other computers on the network for the same downloaded updates, so you don't have to keep downloading it 100 times. Very useful in a big office, but for a home user, doesn't really do much. Of course, it doesn't do much to turn it off either. Do it anyway. And let's take a look at, okay, there's some updates coming in. And while we wait, we'll right-click on the Start menu, go to Device, no, go to System. And System tells us we've got 500 gigs of storage with 12 gigs of RAM installed. And it is, in fact, what they said it would be, an Intel Core 3304. And 12 gigs of RAM. That's the nice middle ground between 8 and 16. Probably most people on average use about 12, maybe a little bit more if they're, relatively intensive users with lots of tabs open. But for most people, the average person that owns a computer, that is about the sweet spot in 2026. If they need more than that, it just takes it from the solid state drive anyway with no limits. So there's really no benefit to adding more RAM anymore other than performance. And if you're interested in performance, why are you buying a low-end budget computer? This is just a 5-core CPU. So, it's like buying the cheapest economy car you could buy and you would think you bought a Corvette. So just set your expectations within reason and you'll be happy. It comes with Windows 11 25H2. I'd like to see that. And it's build 2627840, which means it's not that old. A few months old, but that's really good as far as new computers go. You and I have both seen some computers come with 24H2. And then you're sitting for a long time waiting on the updates. If we take a look in the device manager, just right click and go to device manager, we can see what the network cards are that are installed. Some people want to know that for compatibility for Proxmox or Linux or other operating systems. So Under network adapters, we can see we've got a Realtek, what does that say, 8852E, BE? That's the Wi-Fi card. And then we've got a Realtek 2.5 gig Ethernet, which is pretty nice on a budget system to have 2.5 gig. I can't imagine most people have 2.5 gig. And I can't imagine most people buying a budget computer would have 2.5 gig, but you're future-proof there if you should go 2.5 gig in the future. But I assume most people buying this are going to put it on the Wi-Fi. That's Wi-Fi 6. Most people have Wi-Fi 5 today. So as far as 6E or 7 go, those use a separate 6 gigahertz channel to get to the E standard or the 7 standard. And that's not allowed in some countries. That channel is not given to consumers. So when you're selling computers worldwide, offering 6E or 7, they're only going to work at 6 because of the, if it's shipping to one of those countries where 6E and 7 can't be utilized because of the 6 gigahertz channel. Okay, so why put the more expensive part into a budget computer where some people around the world couldn't use it anyway? So there's a logic behind what's going on here. And while we're waiting, I want to change the resolution of this screen because it's looks like it's in 4K mode. So we'll go to display settings. We're going to change this to 1920 by 1080. Give that a second. It should come back here. There it is. Keep these changes. I'll put it at 125% just to make it a little bit easier to see. And then I'm going to right click and change this wallpaper just to the standard Windows 11 theme. So personalize, click that first link right there, and then all our toolbars, fonts, colors, and background. They won't change anymore. It'll just stay like this. Well, we've been doing all that. We're still downloading and installing Windows updates in the background. So if we want to check on that, we just go back to Windows Update and see how we're progressing. And we can check our power settings because I don't want the computer to go to sleep on us while we're live. So we'll edit the power plan. Oh, I'm glad I checked it. Change that to 3 hours. A computer that doesn't have batteries doesn't need to be going to sleep. There's no point in it. And then change what the power buttons do. This gets on my nerves. When I hit the power button, I would want the computer to shut down, just as if I went to start. And like, I don't want it to instantly power off. I want it to power off no differently than going through those 3 clicks. If I press and release the power button. If I hold the power button down for about 10 seconds, that's the same as unplugging the computer. That's a harsh turnoff, and you should avoid it unless you don't have a choice. As for a sleep button, they really don't put sleep buttons on computers anymore. And then we'll save those changes, and then we'll get back over to Windows Update, and we'll let that progress. We're moving along quite well here. Now, this latest security update, this .9168, that's a big guy. It could take a while. So far, the machine's really, really quiet. We found that to be true with the other Intel Ultra 3 304. It is a low-powered chip. But what I can tell you, if I come back over, let's see, let me tell you what Gemini says about this, okay? I'm going to just read this aloud. Kamrui's P2 shell was previously reserved for AMD configurations like the Ryzen 3 4300U, the Ryzen 7330U, and the embedded R2544. And between you and me, that AMD Ryzen 2544 is their version of the Atom processor. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. It's probably really inexpensive for a reason, and I would avoid it. I do not recommend it. Now, the fact that Kamrui has dropped Intel's 18A based, that's the oh, I forget what they call that. The node, the process node is 18A at the factory. Is a Core i3 304 into this exact chassis means Kamrui is directly challenging entry-level options like the B-Link EQi series and Miniswarm's compact lineup. Now, we're being the first, this is, again, I'm still reading from Gemini, the situation. And so Gemini is saying, being the first to cover an unannounced hardware variant puts your video at the front of the algorithm. Oh, good for us. We'll get 3 more views. It's suggesting it wants me to cover these things. The Core 304 dynamic. Intel's got 1 performance core and 4 low power efficiency cores in this CPU, which is quite unusual. It suggests that I show how it handles real-world multitasking versus traditional 4-core 8-thread chips that are more expensive. Because the P2 chassis is small, it suggests I test if this low-power 15-watt what is SoC, software on a chip, or SoC can be used in a couple different ways. See if it thermal throttles under a sustained load, or if Kamrui's cooler keeps it dead silent. We always do that. Test quick sync and local media streaming for performance like Plex 4K, AV1, and HEVC hardware transcoding, as low power Intel chips are very popular home server options. I don't think it said it with that tone, but I felt like I should read it that way. You could also run a very light local large language model or image generation test to evaluate the onboard NPU 5 block. I don't do any local AI processing. I let the big data centers do it. They're faster, and for me, it's free. So I don't have any interest in that personally. It's a lot of work to set up an LLM, and then the testing can take a while. So I'll let other channels do that, but it absolutely can do it. It's not going to set any records for performance, but it may set records that it can do it at this price. Okay. What else does Gemini tell me about it? What I can do is I can take a screenshot of the specs and ask Gemini to tell me what it thinks about those specs. I personally think it's spec'd out really, really good as an entry-level computer. If I were going to buy an entry-level computer today, we're looking at about a $300 price range. We want and should expect 8 gigs of RAM minimal and 512 gigs of storage. There are some budget computers about $50 less with CPUs from 2020 in them that only have 8 gigs of RAM and 256 gigs of storage. I would pay the extra $50 to get a modern CPU. In fact, we were asked recently by a company if we would evaluate a mini PC that they've got, a budget one. And we looked up the CPU, and the CPU came out in 2019. And we said, no, we're not. This is not new. This is old. It's new stock, but it's old stock that hasn't been sold. It's what it is. And apparently they're trying to unload them, and they're trying to get YouTube content creators, to do the free advertising for them. And I can't in good conscience recommend them, because the difference in price for a 6 or 7-year-old CPU to what this isn't even out yet is like $50. It's not like the savings is massive. On a $300 computer, I guarantee there isn't going to be $300 in savings from the competitors unless they're paying you to take it, in which case it's, knock yourself out. As long as your expectations of what you're getting in return are too high, you'll be a happy camper. But at the $300 price point, this is the latest and greatest from Intel. Now, I mentioned AMD has a chip out as well, or it's coming out. I'll say to Gemini, how does Intel 3304 compare to the upcoming AMD Ryzen? Me typing with one hand is painful for me. I'd much rather have the keyboard closer to me. 3104U. Let's see what it says. They're probably like Coke and Pepsi here, but let's see. Assuming you mean the AMD Ryzen 3 3100U. No, I mean the Ryzen 5 3104. Let me see if I can correct Gemini. Ryzen 5 3104U. Come on, Gemini. Am I remembering the number wrong? There is no official CPU named the Ryzen 5 3104U. Am I remembering that incorrectly? Let's see if Google will autocorrect that. Ryzen 5 3104U. keeps coming up with a 3100U. 3501U. I got not 3104, 3501. That's okay. That explains it. Okay. 3501U, Gemini. That's what I meant. Here we go. The AMD Ryzen 5 3501U is an obscure budget mobile APU that AMD quietly rebadged for OEM mini PCs and ultra cheap laptops. It is essentially a re-release of the older Ryzen 5 3500U built on AMD's legacy 12 nanometer Zen Plus Picasso architecture. Now, if that's the CPU inside of your Kamrui test unit, what you're holding is a low-cost legacy architecture refresh rather than a next-gen chip. See, I've confused Gemini now. It doesn't know. It's asking, like, which one do you have? And I want to know what's the difference, since I know we're starting to see these brand new Intel chips and these quote-unquote brand new AMD chips marketed to the same audience at around the same price, and I want to know which one's better. Well, since AMD's chip is just a rebadged old chip and Intel's is brand new, fresh design, that's all I need to know, because the Intel Core 3 304, well here, let me just put on the screen and you can see for yourself. Let's go back over here to my window capture. There's not much to see over here anyway. And then let's get rid of that. Okay, so the Intel Core 3 304 down this row features all of these clock speeds and integrated graphics, NPU, and media engine codecs, which AMD does not have one, Basically, the TDP are both at 15 watts, but this will turbo up to 35. This will range from 1.5 gigahertz idle to 4.3 gigahertz boost. The AMD is a 2.1 gigahertz idle at a 3.7 gigahertz boost. We're at 5 cores with 5 threads with 1 performance core and 4 low power efficiency cores on the Intel, but 4 cores with 8 threads on the AMD Ryzen 5 3501U. And of course, we're using Intel's 18A node versus the legacy. Legacy means old 12 nanometers Zen Plus Picasso. And then if we look at computing performance, multi-threading performance, how you're using the computer, what to expect from it, etc., etc. That's all explained in detail here. What is the benefit between them? Let's see. Pros and cons. The Intel Core 3 304 provides a massive step forward in architectural efficiency, video processing, and single-threaded speed. The AMD Ryzen 5 3501U offers slightly more raw parallel threads for legacy, older, multi-core tasks, but relies on older technology. You see how it's using the word legacy here and the word older here? They both mean the same thing, okay? 2 words for the same thing. So if we look at, oh boy, how do we see the rest of the screen? Hello? Where's the rest of it? Not letting me see. Here's the great thing when you work with an AI chatbot. I cannot see the comparison as, and don't worry about misspellings, as words are being cut off. I'm just trying to do this quick. I'm not going to correct my typos. Let's see if Gemini fixes it so we can read it. It did not. There's got to be a button I can click on here to see. If we hit these three dots, we could export to Sheets. We could copy this, maybe open Notepad and paste it. Oh, that's how I check Windows 11 versions. Let's just overwrite that. Let's hit paste. Oh, that's not good. I don't like the layout of that at all. Let's close that. Do not save it. What did they call this? Sheets. I cannot read the sheets. Please adjust view. Painful to watch me type with one hand. Well, apparently that's how it's adjusting the view. Here's the summary. Let's just get to the summary of testing the Core 304. Frame it as a modern, efficient home theater, personal computer, and media streaming box with high single-thread snappiness and built-in high compatibilities. If we're testing the Ryzen 5 3501U, frame it strictly as an ultra-budget daily office PC designed for affordable web browsing and standard document work. I would argue that the Core 3304 does all of this just as well, if not better. Personally, they're very similar. We're kind of looking at a Coke and Pepsi comparison, except that this Pepsi is very old and this Coke is very new. They're probably going to sell for about the same price point, and you will probably be seeing upcoming videos from other channels looking at both of these as they're gaining popularity due to price point and the economy being what it is and RAM and storage costing what they are. Budget machines that are modern are going to sell like hotcakes. I'm telling you. Why would you want to buy something older for the same price when you can have something new? And I think the average consumer doesn't know one from the other. So if they do bother to try and do a little research, hopefully this video will come up and they'll know what to expect for the money and how to evaluate how one compares to another, and then determine from their own personal values what's more important to them. Some people are just going to buy AMD no matter what. And that's okay, it's fine, as long as they understand what they're buying. In fact, even if they don't understand what they're buying, I really don't care. But I do try to help. If I throw you a life raft when you're drowning and you refuse to grab it, there's nothing more I can do. I'll sleep easy at night knowing that I tried. And I'm talking that you're conscious and aware and you're just refusing to grab it. All right? If you're unconscious, oh, that's a different story. Some people, you just have to let them do their thing, okay? It doesn't matter to me what their thing is. I will make the effort. I will make a reasonable effort to assist. If that assistance is rejected, I'll accept that and move on. I've got other things to do, and there's lots of other people on the planet that would appreciate my help. So I won't waste time with people who don't, right? Let me get back over to the chat room and see what I've been missing here. Oh, I've missed quite a bit. There's Mark Leibowitz joining us from Chicago. RW Roblu says hello from Wisconsin. Ooh, I am missing a lot. Let me try and catch up here while we're waiting on these Windows updates. Ludo Hogsworth says hello. Do I have any opinion on Geekcom mini PCs? I am not a fan of Geekcom or B-Link personally. I don't like the values that the owners of the companies don't seem to have a strong moral stance, which has nothing to do with the quality of what they're selling and everything to do with the support and warranty
And basically, these computers, it doesn't matter who makes it, they're all kind of built the same. So what separates, in my opinion, what separates a good company from a bad company isn't whether or not the machine has a problem. It's how do they handle it when you reach out with a problem? Do they ignore you? Do they make you wait forever for an answer? Are they unscrupulous in their attitude of, accommodating any warranty or helping you with support? So regardless of a company's reputation of quality, my concern is after the sale. A lot of content creators here on YouTube, they don't talk about anything other than what the warranty says. They never test it. They don't check the website for drivers or even that a website exists. So if you buy a B-Link and you want drivers for it, good luck. If it's Geekom and you need a warranty, good luck. And I would encourage you, when watching other content creators, especially the big ones that make big bucks, I would encourage them that when they're evaluating these mini PCs, it's all well and good to get the speed and the noise and the specs. Did you try reaching out to support? Did you ever get a response? What about a warranty? If you have a warranty issue and you need to send the unit back, do you need to send it overseas? Or do you send it locally within your country? Some of these manufacturers, you have to send it back to the place you bought it from, like Amazon becomes the warranty depot. Did you know that? Find me a content creator who talks about it, because I've never found one. But as a real life working, system IT professional, what do you think happens when a customer buys one of these and there's a problem with it? They call me and I'm expected to fix it. Well, much of this it's not repairable, a lot of it. It would cost $400 to fix a $300 computer. So if it's in warranty, I would just take care of it for the customer. I'll get the RMA taken care of. I'll get the new one. We'll reconfigure it. We'll redeliver it back to the customer. So if I go to file a warranty and I need an RMA and I'm not getting any answers, the customer starts calling me going, "What's taking so long, Carey?" And I can either make one of two choices at that point. Pay out of my pocket to replace the customer's computer right now so I don't lose the customer, which might already be too late. Customer confidence in Carey's ability to fix their computer may have been shattered. But if I want to do the right thing, buy them an equivalent computer and give it to them at my cost, and I keep their old one and it's my problem now. And multiply that times 10 or 100 customers, and it's very easy to see how a business like mine that doesn't have much operational capital could go out of business very quickly, just trying to take care of my customers. So when it comes to Geekom and B-Link, B-Link reached out to me when I complained, and they said, "Oh, we heard you complained. We'd like to talk with you. Would you be interested?" And I said, "Yes, I would be very interested." And then they haven't responded since. So they made the impression like they were reaching out. They pretended like they cared. Isn't that nice? They reached out and I said, "I accept your offer," and they ghosted me. No response. It's been 2 weeks. They don't talk to me. All I said was yes. What did I do? So how do you think I feel? And Geekom, they've done some very questionable things ethically, in my opinion and my values. And Gamers Nexus, their recent video exposed them as well. So that has nothing to do with the quality of the PC. It's the quality of the people running the company. I used to really like TeamViewer for remote access until I dealt with the people at the company, because I think TeamViewer is a great product. The company and the people who run it, as far as I'm concerned, are evil. And I don't want to support them. I don't want that attitude. I don't want that policing coming from a company. They should appreciate my business and ask what more they can do for me to make me happy, instead of telling me they don't have to make me happy because it's not in their policy. Well, what a shame, because it's such a good product. I won't use it because of the people. And you could say that about B-Link and Geekom. Now, if I have a bad minis foreign computer, they always take care of me. If I have a bad Kamrui or Ace Magic, we can return it here in the States. So, you know, look, everything's great in these reviews that these people on YouTube do when everything works. But what nobody, and I mean nobody, is doing when they're reviewing these mini PCs, nobody's actually testing the warranty or testing the support. If anybody is, let me know, because I want to subscribe to them. As far as I know, I'm the only one. So it's not like I woke up one day and decided I don't like this company anymore. They earned that badge. And when I say I do like this company over here, they earn that badge too. Okay? So I don't have any personal bias. I'm just reporting back if my expectations are being met, if the company holds true to their word, or if the company is behaving with values that don't align with my values. So I'm not going to say they're scam artists. I want to, but legally, what they're doing, I suppose, is legal. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't care, because I don't want anything to do with it. Until they change their ways, they'll do it without me. I'm not going to tell them how to run their company. I'm just going to go to a company that I have better aligned values with, and that's, I'll vote with my dollars, basically, and support what I want to see grow, and recommend you do the same. And then the companies that are suffering from lack of sales due to their misaligned values have a choice to realign their values or to go out of business. When companies don't realign their values, like Kmart and Sears, bye. We won't be holding a funeral for you. We don't miss you when you're gone. Ask me how I really feel. I appreciate the question. It's a good question. Carl Wilson said, I was inspired by Carey's recommendation and I binged the show Reacher on Amazon. I'm now all caught up and I love seasons 1 through 3. Yeah, I finished season 3. It was really good. And I'm in the beginning of season 4. And it's really, so far, really, really like keeping me on the edge of my seat. So it's a fun show. Kind of a 1980s style of justice with, you know, Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger. And now anything that's got Alan Ritchson in it, I'm watching. I'm now his biggest fan. Let's see. Andy says that's a nice looking mini. It looks like other Kamruis. Yeah, it's the same case. All right, still a lot of catching up to do here in the chat room. How are we progressing with Windows updates? Okay, we're getting there. So, while I'm biding for time here, let's see what else you guys have to say. Andy says, nowadays, with the price of RAM, soldered RAM is okay with me. Well, you know, look, you get more for the money, all right? When we're talking about budget PCs, who wouldn't want more for the money? Gary Tatum is asking if anybody's tried the new taskbar setting in the latest Windows update. So if you're getting the preview updates, then you would have gotten an update yesterday, I think. But not everybody who got the update has that feature where you could now move the taskbar around the screen. It's being rolled out in stages. So if you don't have it yet, you'll certainly have it within a couple of weeks. And of course, you can Google that for websites and such that have demonstrated it. I personally don't care. I like the taskbar right where it is, but to each their own. When it's officially released next month, perhaps we'll dive into it a little bit, but it's only in a preview release now. They also sent out a preview release of Windows 11 2.6 H2. So that is early, I think. And what that means is for people that are on the Windows Insider track that want to play with betas, Microsoft has reached a point now with the 26H2 version of Windows 11 that they're releasing it to the insiders for evaluation. And then there'll be some refinements that come along in different versions until we get to what's called an RC or release candidate. And there may be 1, 2, 3 release candidates. And then finally, it'll get packaged up and released publicly, probably, I'm going to guess, October. But it's good to see it's progressing. You know, it's gotten that far already, which is good. So that means we might see it sooner rather than later, depending on how the evaluations go. Paul Vircher joins us and says hello. David Graham says a new update came out this morning. Yeah, it is being staged out, right? So some people got it yesterday, some people got it today. Unless you're talking about one I don't know about yet. Oh, Michael Lavelle, he's who sent us the Amazon gift card. He says, I gave you the Amazon gift card using my phone, and I didn't see that it missed my last name. I gotcha. Well, usually there's a place where you can write little notes, and in there, just put your name in there, just for future reference. And thank you again. We truly appreciate your generosity and support. I know those are just words, but I don't know how else to express my gratitude, but it means a lot to me. What does this unit cost? Well, this unit's not available for sale yet, but if you look in the video notes of today's video, in the video description where, underneath the video it says more and you click on that, Mara has included the information there that they gave her, which says it's a Core i3-304. The NPU does 15 TOPS. It's trillions of operations per second, with built-in Intel graphics and 12 gigs of LPDDR5 soldered on RAM. The storage will either come with a 256 or a 512 gig storage. I guess they haven't made up their mind yet. Or maybe they'll offer it both ways, with one being a little cheaper. I don't know. The suggested retail price on this, I believe, maybe she didn't put it in there. Maybe it was something she showed me in an email. Oh, no, it is in there. This product has not yet been released and is expected to go on sale in September, priced at $399 US. Okay. All in the video notes. Everything's in there, folks. If we're missing anything, please let us know and we'll crack the whip and have Mara fix that. Let's get back over to the chat room. Where was I? Victor Torres says, I posted some questions before the broadcast started, and I had an English muffin before the broadcast started. And if you want me to answer your questions, I'm happy to. But if you're going to send me on a treasure hunt to find them from an hour and a half ago, that's already gone. But feel free to just put your questions in again. And if that's what you're referring to, is that you wanted me to answer some questions, I never saw them. So telling me what you did doesn't help me to see it, right? That you're not informing me what your question is. So if you do ask again, I am looking in the chat now, and I'm more than happy to answer, to the best of my ability, any questions that you have. And I'm sorry I missed them. I just was busy doing the unboxing and other things. Pay attention to when you ask your question. I do open up the chat room and say, okay, I'm taking your questions now. If you're doing it right at the beginning, I have a whole slew of things I have to get done. The show introduction, the topic, talk about VIP-URCD keys. I'm not taking questions at that time. And then by the time I take the questions, if you asked way early, it's already scrolled off the top into the ether. There's nothing I can do about it. So that's our regular routine. And of course, if you do ask questions, many people in our community are happy to answer you when I'm not able to. Okay? I just want you to know what to expect. Let's see. Did you repost your question, though? Now you've got me curious. Victor wants to know, does anyone know which broadcast features his current streaming PC? All of the broadcasts stream with the same streaming requirements to YouTube, right? So it doesn't matter what streaming computer I use, it has no impact on the broadcast. Everything I use is about 100 times more powerful than YouTube's simple requirements. Everything I use uses the same cameras, the same capture cards, the same drivers, and the same software. So whether it's an Intel or an AMD, a full-size tower, mid-size tower, or a mini tower, the broadcast doesn't change quality. Because for all of these computers, no matter what I use, the video production only requires about 1%, maybe 2% of the CPU capabilities of any machine I use. And this machine here is an 11th gen, so it's 4 or 5 years old. It's only using 2% of its capability to do this live video to you. So because the cameras and the capture cards and the cables and the microphones don't change, the video quality you would not know one video from another based on the streaming computer. So I don't understand your question or what you think would be the difference. Like, what, help me understand why you're asking that question and why that matters. I think you may have a fundamental misunderstanding of the role the computer plays, or there's something you're thinking of that I haven't thought of. So I'm not sure how to answer your question there. Chris Fox says, what do you do if you're on Windows 10 and it doesn't send all updates? And he looks like he's correcting, what can you download updates from Microsoft manually? If so, how do you do it? You don't, basically. Windows 10 doesn't get many updates anymore. The updates you get from Windows 10 are going to be very minimal. If you have the extended utility, extended security updates, Windows 10 is on hospice right now. So it's very minimal updates. If you're interested in verifying you have ESU enabled, you have to sign up for it, and it's free. You would just go to YouTube and type in Windows 10 ESU, Extended Security Updates, and there are many videos that walk you through how to do it. Theo Joe's got a great one, and you can just verify it's turned on. And if it's turned on, you should be getting updates just fine. I mean, I don't know. When you go to Windows Update, is there an update that says you're missing? Or do you just think you're missing an update because you woke up and felt that way? How do you even know you're missing any updates, I guess, is what I'm asking you. And did you sign up for Windows 10 Extended Security Updates a year and a half ago when they were offered? Because they were extended for another year, and they're still free to sign up for. So I'm just kind of puzzled about your question. I don't quite understand. Under what impression do you have that you're not getting updates? Those are my follow-up questions. How do you know you're not getting updates? And two, did you sign up for the extended security updates? Or did you just think that was going to happen all by itself? Those are just my two questions. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. Okay? Victor Torres says, I have a mid ATX and a full-size ATX case available that I can change or upgrade its internals to more current parts. I have to get the stuff as I can afford it, which is why I would like to find the vids. I didn't build this. That's a pre-built computer from Intuts and Intel NUC. I don't know what that has to do. That is neither mid ATX or full-size ATX. It has nothing to do with what you're doing, and any video I make with this has nothing to do with what you're trying to make. When you're trying to buy parts that you can't afford, it's a waste of time to think about what parts you want to buy as if you're playing, what do they call that in football? Fantasy league? You're playing a fantasy game because the parts keep changing and the prices keep changing. There's no point in trying to suss out a build when you don't have the money to afford it. My recommendation is get the money first, and when you're ready to buy, it's like you're asking me, I need to fill up the tank of a car with gasoline, and I don't have the car yet. How much is gas, and how much will it cost me to fill the tank? You're going to have to get the money, okay? Once you have the money, I'll tell you what the price of gas is on when you're ready to buy it, because anything we talk about today, it'd be like if you went to the grocery store and you bought some bananas, but you're not planning to eat any bananas until next month. Good luck eating those bananas you bought today next month. They're rotten. They're inedible. They're likely poisonous, okay? So wait until you have the money for. If you want to play games and you want to have your little fantasy build, go to PC Part Picker, knock yourself out. All right, but when you're actually ready to buy, that's when it matters what the prices are and what parts are available. Because I don't have a crystal ball and there's no way to know. And a lot of people say, "Oh, I'll be getting the money. I'll be getting the money in 4 weeks," and it doesn't happen. Oh, it'll be 2 more weeks. I'm getting my tax refund, and it doesn't happen. And so, going through all of these iterations of this part versus this part at this price, when you don't even have the money yet, and then the money you thought you were going to get gets delayed or doesn't come in at all, means it just wasted everybody's time. So that's why I like to just sort of separate the wheat from the chaff and say, okay, if you're ready to buy, let's talk. And you don't have to buy from me, but I don't want to invest the time just to have a conversation because there's nothing else to do. It doesn't end up helping anybody do anything. Also, there are some content creators that'll put a parts list together for you. They don't mind. They have more time than I have, and they enjoy it. I think Scott Merrill will help you out over at Ask Your Computer Guy. I think you can reach out to them for some build advice if you're interested. And then when you get that information, I don't know how you think it's going to help you. And I think that it's kind of rude to ask somebody to take time out of their day when you couldn't even say what it is you're going to buy or when. But if they're willing to do it and you want to do that, that's between you and them. It's got nothing on me. David Dorrit joins us and says hello. Boy, this download's taking a long time. It always does, though, doesn't it? Let's see, back in the chat. That gives us time to talk anyway. Andy suggests a better comparison with this computer would be the Ryzen 5600H. Oh, the only reason I mentioned the Ryzen 5, what did I say it was, 3501, is it's a new chip and this is a new chip. That's it. That's the only reason I brought it up. AMD's, they're trying to offer lower price points. Again, since I started the video, we talked about how AMD and Intel have no control over the cost of solid state drives and RAM, and it's affecting sales. So they're both coming to the market with new chips, entry-level budget chips. I didn't compare them because they were the same in the sense of power, performance, or price. I was comparing them because this is brand new from Intel and this is brand new from AMD, and it turns out AMD's brand new is just a rebadged old thing. That's why I brought it up. So if you see them, and you will see them more in the future, this isn't even released yet, you will see the AMD as well, and you'll know what you're looking at. That's the only reason I brought it up, and I'm sorry if I didn't convey that clearly. Hey, there's Mitch Morrison joining us in the chat. He says, did you hear about the cows that started a metal band? They're called Shredded Beef. Wow, wow. Ouch. It was the one I heard the other day. Pretty terrible. Guy says, you know, my mom fed me till 3. So anyway, how was your day? Sorry, screwed it up. My mom breastfed me till 3. So anyway, how was your day? Yeah, they're not funny when you screw them up. Sometimes they're not funny regardless. And Mitch Morrison says, happy Friday to everyone. Back at you, my friend. Mark Gain says, what do you call a sleeping cow? A bulldozer. Ba-dum-bum. David Graham said his computers took no more than 10 minutes to do this morning's update. Yeah. Mr. B508 says, I bought the Kamrui GK3 Plus mini PC, which is a 12th generation Intel Alder Lake N95. It came with 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gig of storage. Windows 11 Pro with gigabit Ethernet. It was $216. But he also bought it in February of 2023 when RAM and SSDs were cheaper. Yeah. Well, just about 6 weeks ago, I paid $3.70 for a gallon of gas. Right? How's that any different? Anyway, Mr. B says his Kamrui is working great. So it's been, what, almost 3 years? It'd be more than 3 years. We've already passed February of 2026, haven't we? It's going on 3.5 years. Love having the update. Thank you for sharing that with us. Usually you only hear about people that have problems, and if that's the case, you think everybody who buys them has problems because you're only hearing one side. And the one side you're hearing is a little teeny tiny side. Uh-oh, I'm getting a look from Mara.
Oh, blah, blah. You have email.
I have email. What's the look for?
Joking.
Oh, better be. I'll give you a reason to look that way.
Man, I got big shoes. You better be very scared.
I actually have. They're very big shoes. Let's see. Emails. Oh, our friend Morton sends an Amazon gift card as well. And a generous one at that. Keep up the great content from Thomas. Thomas, thank you so much. Your support means the world to me. And I deeply, deeply appreciate that. And it's quite generous. And we'll put it to good use as we find other things we can purchase for this channel for review. If there's items you think we should be reviewing, they're technical or computer related, drop us an email and let us know. It's getting hard to find anything anymore. It's all production is very stalled. But every once in a while, things trickle out. There's a handheld label maker that doesn't use paper. So when they asked us if we'd be interested in reviewing it, on the one hand, it's very inexpensive. It's about $100, or maybe $125. and it's a handheld, basically inkjet printer. And the idea is that you hold it against, I don't know, a cardboard box, or I guess I could use it to label these power supplies, because this power supply doesn't say Kamrui on it. And if I plug it into something else, it may cause the magic smoke to come out and ruin whatever I'm plugging it into. So as you recall, I would get a silver Sharpie marker and label these, because if they get separated in the years ahead, and I don't know which one goes where, because the manufacturer of the power supply is not Kamrui, it doesn't say Kamrui on it. But when I write with a Sharpie, yeah, it's not the best writing, let me tell you. It's not my strong point. I can get a traditional Dymo label maker, but those tend to fade and peel off over time. So when they asked, are you interested in this little handheld inkjet printer, and you just basically hold it and drag it across the paper, and it prints out what you want it to print out, different fonts and different font sizes. It's not something we normally do, but things are slow, and it's a tech gadget. Okay, send it along. So when that arrives, we'll take a look at it. It only prints in black right now, so it wouldn't do me any good to label something in black. But they're supposed to have a white version or a white cartridge. I don't know yet how that works, which is what I would prefer. And then I would try seeing if the ink sticks to this, or if it smears, and you know, how fast do you move the thing, and what happens if you go on an angle, what's it going to look like? There's got to be a nuance to using it. All their videos make it look so easy, and there are plenty of other YouTube videos here now if you want to look at these handheld label printers. I don't know what you call them, where they're made by a lot of different companies, or it's one company that a lot of different companies put their name on. I don't know. But if you watch the promotional materials, they just drag it across like a cardboard box, and it prints right onto it. It's perfect, and it's straight, and it doesn't smear or blur. I don't know if that's true. If there isn't a certain way you have to hold it with a certain angle, any amount of pressure, and then what happens if you move it too slow? What happens if you move it too fast? What happens if you kind of curve your hand as you're moving it? You know, I don't think there's an erase. There's no Control Z on this. It's going to be that way forever. So I'm kind of curious. So anyway, that's an example of me kind of going outside of the normal reviews, but it's still a tech gadget, right? That's what I keep telling myself. So I accepted that. But if you have ideas like that, something you think that would fit in the tech genre of this channel, we appreciate the suggestion. If you want to reach out to us, by the way, let me go ahead and put the email address up on the screen. Put that right there. And we love hearing from you guys. Excuse me. You're not bothering us by emailing us. The gentleman who was trying to back up his computer and ended up erasing his computer, the opposite of backing it up, and the reason why you have a backup is in case you accidentally erase your computer or something happens to it, viruses, thefts, floods, failures. In an effort to try and prevent data loss, he created data loss. And it was just, he wanted to learn how to use the Windows built-in backup software. And I guess we had a little miscommunication, because when he hears me talk about it, he doesn't hear the part, for whatever reason, maybe it's the way I'm presenting it, that's a better than nothing solution for people that won't buy Acronis or Macrium or some other backup program, which is 1,000 times better, okay? That's the basic better than nothing solution, using the built-in backup in Windows. And I guess he missed that part because he's already backing up with Macrium. And I said, well, if you're already backing up with Macrium, why didn't you send me your Macrium backups? That way I could have restored. Anyway, long story short, he mailed me his backup drive with his Macrium backups. And I was able to create a Macrium rescue boot disk and restore his most recent Macrium full system image right back onto his computer. Everything's fine. Phew. I was a little confused. I said, if you're already paid for Macrium and you're using Macrium, why in the world would you go backwards to the Windows backup? And he said he just wanted to learn it. The cost of learning that was he wiped his entire drive out. So my advice is, whatever way you want to back up, just pick a way. And he said, well, I thought you're supposed to have, like, you know, the ABC rules of backup. And I go, yeah, multiple backups, one off-site, not multiple backup software, because it gets confusing over which way you recover it. And you just, if you've got a good piece of software, the more you use it, the better you'll get at it. But if you try and learn 2 or 3 pieces of software that are all backup software, you're not going to get good at any of them. And when it comes to recovery, good luck figuring out which recovery. So just pick one, just pick one and use it. And just again, a basic fundamental misunderstanding of the advice I'm giving and who it's intended for, under what conditions. And for whatever reason, he just thought I was recommending the built-in backup software to Windows, and I'm not. I am recommending it if you're not doing anything at all. You could at least, at the bare minimum, use the built-in software. That's the very minimum. And if you're serious about your backups, I recommend Acronis. But he didn't do that either. He went to the one I don't recommend, which is Macrium. But that's okay. That's my personal preference. There's nothing wrong with Macrium. Just me, okay? So what I often tell people is just make your backups. Don't worry about how to do the restore. Don't even worry about that. Just make your backups. Well, I wanted to test the backup. That's not how you test a backup. In the backup software, there's a verification option. Check the verification and test the backup that way. Don't wipe out your computer to restore your backup to see if it works. Because what if it doesn't work? You just wiped out your computer. That's why, you know, if you think it through, it doesn't make any sense. So this is all a learning curve. And some lessons are a little easier. Some lessons are a little more painful. And I think he just got really lucky here that his last backup was back in late May, and he doesn't have much. You know, his computer's 10 years old. He doesn't have more than 200 gigs of data. After 10 years of using it, I think the backup size was under 100 gigs. That's pretty unusual. But, you know, he's not putting pictures or music or movies or anything like that. It's all mostly just documents and stuff. So dodged a bullet on that one. Whew. I feel a lot better about it. And hopefully he won't use Windows backup ever again. His Macrium backups worked perfectly. All he has to do is what he's been doing and maintain those backups on, you know, a regular basis. And if he ever needs help restoring them, well, let's talk about it when it happens. As far as I know, he's never needed to restore a backup, to the best of my knowledge. And in worrying about what happens if I need to, created a situation where he needed to. Does that make sense? So it's like people buy a UPS, an uninterruptible power supply, because they're afraid, what if I lose power while I'm working on the computer and I lose everything? So they buy the UPS, but then they don't know they need to change the battery after 4 or 5 years. And they don't do it. As far as they're concerned, the UPS still works. But if you actually unplug the UPS from the wall, the computer will almost instantly turn off because the battery's dead. You just don't know it. And if it continues to deteriorate, then what ends up happening is it'll cause the computer to lose power, which was the very reason you bought it to prevent. It creates the very problem you were trying to avoid. And even if you didn't even use the UPS in the entire time, that you never had a power outage in 4 or 5 years, you still have to replace that battery, and it's a pain in the butt. You've got to get the right battery. You can't just throw the old battery in the trash. You got to take it to a recycling center. And it can often be just faster and cheaper to just buy a new UPS and take the entire old UPS to the recycling center. It's a pain in the butt. So again, somebody trying to avoid a problem they never had creates a problem they would have never had by trying to avoid the problem they never had. And they're spending money to do it. VPNs, people buy VPN software, they lock themselves right out of their own network. They paid money to lock themselves out. If they would have left it alone, they would have saved money and not had a reason to ask for help. So I see consumers go around in the same circles. It doesn't matter who it is. It's constant. It's been in my career since day one. And it's just a lack of fully understanding what the technology is and believing some hype online that doesn't talk about the downside. So anytime you hear about somebody promoting something, look for the negative of it. Like if you go on YouTube and say, why is VPN a scam? If you never thought to look for that, you might otherwise think you should have a VPN that's somehow securing you. Because that's what you searched for, that's what you got. Search for the flip side of it, and then gauge the pros and cons for yourself. There's a negative to everything. So if you choose to get involved or not for the benefit, also accept the consequence. If you're not sure, stay the course and don't participate, and everything will be fine. You don't have to create problems that cost money and then have to pay me. I'm a terrible businessman, but then have to pay somebody like me to fix a problem that you would have never had if you'd have never paid for the thing that caused you the problem. Or do. Like, I'm assuming you like to keep your money. Maybe you don't. So just, you know, again, my heart's in the right place. I'm looking out for you. I feel really bad when people shoot themselves in the foot. They buy a gun to protect themselves, even though they've never needed one, but just in case. And in learning how to use it, they shoot themselves in the foot and have to go to the hospital. Over and over and over again. So be careful. Choose wisely. And if you have questions or concerns about should I buy this or should I buy that, just ask us. The email address was there on the screen. We're happy to give you an opinion. And what you do with that opinion, it's up to you. Ask several people. Gauge their opinions. Don't have to take my word for it. Get a second and third opinion. If it's that hard for you to make up your mind, don't do it at all. That right there is a big red flag. Maybe this isn't something I should be doing. You decide that. Arnold Albert says, will I be doing the Windows reinstall on this machine? What we've been doing lately is breaking these mini PC reviews into two parts. The reason we do that is the length of time it takes to do a reinstall, to download drivers, to look at the BIOS, to open the computer and look at it, to run Cinebench on it, to run Crystal Disk Mark on it. You're looking at a good solid 6-7 hours of work. So instead, what I do is I'll make one video just kind of introducing the machine and going through what like for example, let's say you bought this. One of the first things you should be doing is updating it. One thing that consumers always do to me as a technician is they expect me to have this done in 5 minutes. So why I demonstrate this live and on camera is to show you how much time you should be expecting. So if you're saying to me, hey, I just bought this, you didn't ask my opinion on it. You just reached out on your own and bought something from somebody, which is fine. But then you contact me from out of the blue and you say, how do I fix this? And I don't even know what this is. We haven't talked. What are you talking about? Well, I bought this new Kamrui machine. You bought it new and there's a problem. Why don't you return it? Oh, no, I bought it off a guy on Facebook. Oh, okay. So, you know, before I can help you, you need to catch me up with all the information that you've processed before you called me. Let's start from the beginning. I was on Facebook and I saw this guy selling this computer. Gotcha. I paid for it. I've got it. Gotcha. The make and model is this. And all right, I understand. And now that I've got it, it's having this problem. Can you help me? All right. Now I understand. What's the deal? And then you tell me the deal. And then usually what they'll do is say, and I need this working. I have a conference tomorrow and I want to use it in my conference tomorrow. You may not be able to do that. That may be a very unrealistic expectation, depending on how much work needs to be done, since we don't know the condition of the PC the way that you bought it. And you have no return policy if you bought it off Facebook or Craigslist or something. It's like buying at a garage sale. It's yours now. So when you're getting into something with no guarantee, no warranty, don't put unreasonable expectations as to when that gets all vetted out, updated, and ready to use. That could take days, depending on its condition. Somebody on the forum posted that they bought a computer and it's not working right. And I said, well, just return it. Wherever you bought it, just return it. You should not have to fix a new computer. And beyond that, doing so might void your warranty or your return policy. You only get about 30 days to return on average, so I'd use it sooner rather than later if I were you. Send it back, get a refund, or get an exchange. Amazon makes that painless. For whatever reason, people don't want to do it, or they leave out, they just bought it off eBay or something and it's not new. Well, that critical information makes a difference on the answer that's provided. So if you bought this brand new and you think you're just going to plug it in and start using it because you have a meeting in 2 hours and you want it, you should go through this process first. And this is how long it takes in real time, so you know exactly what to expect. So if you need this for today, you should have ordered it a couple days ago. Otherwise, I can't make time move faster. There's so much I can do to help you. But if you need more time, if you did not budget your time correctly, I can't adjust. Obviously, nobody can adjust time. So if you know ahead of time, this is going to take a couple hours to set up, then I'll be less likely getting this panicky request for help that is very unrealistic and unreasonable. And that's why it's important to show it. And you might find this to be discouraging. You might say, this is boring. This is reality, my friend. It's like if it's raining outside and you don't like it. Too bad. I can't make it stop. Well, how long is it going to rain? Until it's done. I can't control any of this, nor can you. So plan accordingly. That's all I'm saying. There's nothing unusual about this other than people's lack of familiarity. Once you're familiar with the process, then you will be very happy with the experience. But if if your expectations are out there in Disneyland, we don't live in Disneyland, man. At least I don't know anybody who does. So, you got to deal with the same stuff the rest of us deal with. And yeah, does it suck? It does. But here's the difference between you and me. You could plug this in, tell it to update, and go about your day. Go do something else. Go out to dinner. Go do whatever the heck it is you do every day anyway. Got chores? Do your chores. You got errands? Go run your errands. When this is done, it'll be waiting for you. But I'm live on camera. So we're sitting here watching water come to a boil, or we're watching grass grow. But that's how long it takes for water to come to a boil. That's how long it takes for grass to grow. So before you want to try out your new lawnmower, you got to wait for the grass to grow first. Well, before you start deploying this to use it, or any other new computer, it is best advised you make sure it is updated and secured online, unless you don't care about having your identity stolen and your bank accounts drained. That's on you, okay? But I don't recommend it. Better safe than sorry, regardless. Somebody says, oh, come on, what are the odds? I'm not a gambler, so you gamble all you want. You want to go to Las Vegas and put your life savings on the line? Go right ahead. I will not recommend it, and I will not do it, and I will not encourage it. But it would be irresponsible for me as a professional to say one thing and then do something else. So hopefully you find me consistent, even if you don't agree with it. It is reality. If you know another way, please let me know. So what we'll do on part 2 is, because this does take so long, after the show today, I will run the benchmarks and grab screenshots of Crystal Disk Mark, Crystal Disk Info, and Cinebench. And if there's other power profiles, like this one I think has, well, the minis forum had 2. It had just balanced or silent mode. That was it, or quiet. I assume this will be the same, but I don't know. We haven't gotten into it yet. I'll go ahead and go through those tests. Those take about an hour. I'll grab those screenshots, and next Friday, we'll do the same video. Well, the same mini PC, but part 2, And that's where we're going to wipe the whole thing clean and reinstall Windows 11 from scratch. The biggest problem I foresee is these are not available for sale yet, meaning there's no website I can go to download the drivers from either Minisforum or Kamrui because these products don't yet exist. That may make getting the drivers a challenge that you would not have since you cannot buy one until they're on sale. Once they're on sale, then the website should be updated with the drivers. So what I will do is I'll back up the drivers on these machines tonight after we do all the testing. My Uncle Carey's Windows 11 Optimizer has a button to back up the drivers. And I will copy the screenshots and the drivers to a folder on my NAS called Kamrui Pinova P2 Intel 304. Because there's so many different Kamrui Pinovas P2, I probably already have a folder called Kamrui Pinova P2 with completely irrelevant screenshots and drivers. So I have to figure out a way to educate myself, well, not educate, but to organize myself so I know one from another. I don't like that Kamrui is reusing the same model name and number, but they should call it a P2A or something. I don't know. But since they don't, anyway, I back that up to the NAS. And I will do my best next Friday to find the drivers for this on my own. But they're not coming from Kamrui because it's not available for sale yet. So I don't know what that's going to be like. And that's going to take a while, I assume. And that's why we'll start over with another 2 or 3 hour broadcast for that follow-up of the review. Most other review videos are not this thorough because those people that do them aren't working professional computer technicians. They don't have to. What do they care? If you buy it and you have a problem with it, that's your problem. If they leave critical information out that you wish you had known, that's not their problem. That's your problem. So I do this as though I were reviewing it for a customer. And I need to know what I'm selling my customer that I'm going to be held accountable to and what my reputation is going to be levied on and whether or not I'm willing to put myself in that position based on the outcome of my testing. I'm not going to throw my business away so I can get it out the door today. Just so I can go out of business in 3 weeks? No, I'd rather this takes enough time, whatever it takes. So I'm certain if I'm okay passing it on to a customer or if I'm not okay passing it on to a customer. And then I'm not playing dice with the future of my business and my reputation at the cost of my customers. That's just disrespectful to me. It violates every moral and ethical rule that my parents raised me with. So when people want something fast, and people want something cheap, take your business somewhere else. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be associated with that because I don't want to go out of business and be known as somebody who thinks that's okay. You could think it's okay. I don't mind. That's on you. I want nothing to do with it. So if you're wondering why I'm so strict about it, because what else am I going to do if I lose my business? Then what? What if I flush my whole reputation down the toilet just to do something fast and make a few quick bucks? How am I going to eat tomorrow? Anyway, hopefully it makes sense to you. I'm not, being a stickler or a jerk. I don't know what choice I have. If you're aware of a choice I have, other than changing careers, let me know. Because I've been doing this a long time. And what I found works really well is keeping customers happy. I'd much rather have a repeat customer than have to go and find another customer. Repeat customers are easy business. But finding customers, acquiring new customers, it's called customer acquisition cost, or CAC, C-A-C. Watch a few episodes of Shark Tank to understand how much is involved in that. David Graham said, there must be a bad hop between you and Microsoft. Your downloads are really broken. Maybe, I don't know. What ends up happening is, we are broadcasting in 4K, right? Mara's on a computer. We've got a lot of things using the internet here. And it's the middle of the afternoon. Quite often, like if I don't let this finish and we end the broadcast, quite often once I shut down the streamer and we're not uploading anymore, things speed up. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me since upload and download are two separate things, but I can't deny I've seen that happen multiple times. You will get updates automatically over time, whether you like it or not. So you could choose to wait for them to happen automatically. But impatience creates the most problems in my business. Customers who just won't leave something alone and they keep picking at a scab and they wonder why their wound isn't healing. It's one of the most common reasons I get support requests is just through the impatience. Haste makes waste, and I just suggest you learn some patience and let it do what it needs to do. And if you want to imagine why you think it's happening, knock yourself out. If you're somebody that has that level of anxiety, my recommendation would be to just walk away, come back later. Don't worry about it. Any interference in this will only make it take longer. So my advice to you is leave it alone. Any amount of picking at the scab is only going to make you wounded that much longer. Leave it alone. You'll heal faster. That's the advice I live by, so it's the advice I offer. Whether or not you agree with it is your choice. But that's what I tell my customers who exhibit signs of anxiety and impatience. You're just going to make it cost more and take longer. It's your choice. I'm assuming you want it done faster and cheaper. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not what you want. Andy says, over the last couple of years, I've had a number of the minis that Carey has reviewed. So far, he has been spot on. Well, that just means what's important to you is the same as what's important to me, right? Somebody else watching may say the things Carey cares about, I don't care about. And this guy doesn't know what he's talking about simply because we don't have the same values. And that's a common misunderstanding from viewers that I don't see it very often anymore, but God forbid you don't agree with somebody. If you don't agree with them, you're an idiot. Nobody respects anybody else's perspective. You're just wrong because you don't agree with me. And if we agree with each other, damn be the facts. The facts don't matter. As long as we agree with each other, we're right. But I'm glad that you and I share similar values because that's really who the videos are intended for, or at least to give people the courtesy of considering other valid perspectives that perhaps they've not considered. Give them a chance to be heard out. And at the very least, at least hear it. And if it doesn't find any alignment with you, that's fine. But to tune it out because it's not what you want to hear. I'm not here to tell people what they want to hear. I'm not interested in that. People who want to get famous, I want to be a famous YouTube influencer. Okay, what are you going to do? I don't know, whatever it takes to be famous. So do you have any interests? Yeah, I'm interested in being famous on YouTube. What should I do? I can't help you, man. I want to be a famous artist. Can you draw? Oh, no, I can't draw. I just want the fame and I want my art in a museum. How do I do that? I mean, I guess you could do it that way, but that's funny to me. I follow my passion. And if following my passion leads me to success or fame, then so be it. I don't need fame. I just need to be able to pay my bills. And if I can enjoy how I earn my money, then I'm already retired. You understand what I'm saying? I've never worked. I love what I do. And if people that are like-minded also enjoy what I do, then we're a big, happy family. And if someone doesn't enjoy what I do, sometimes they want to tell me that I'm doing it wrong, and it's preposterous. I've been doing it this whole time without your involvement. I bet you I can continue to do it and be successful without your involvement. I wasn't asking for you to tell me your opinion on how I run my business. How do you run your business? Oh, I don't have one. You don't say. I love the internet. But like I said, that stuff happened a long time ago. I don't really see much of that every once in a while, but it's not like it used to be. It's I don't like your video. Well, I didn't make my video for you, did I? I don't even know who you are. Why would you think I made it for you? Why are you a jerk? I didn't start the conversation. That's a hell of a way to introduce yourself. Do you talk to people like this in real life? I bet you don't have many friends. Probably spend a lot of time online. It's all starting to become very clear to me. I'm sorry you don't like the content. It was never intended for you. If you like the content, then it was intended for you. See how that works? Other content creators are like, what can I do to get people to like me? What kind of videos do I have to make? What do they want me to do? I don't want to be that person. There's nothing wrong if you want to be that way. If you want to pander to strangers, knock yourself out. I find it undignified, but that's just me. Krish Lab says it's because you have buffer bloat and incurred latency for your TCP acts when you stream to YouTube. I mean, that sounds as good of an excuse as any. I don't know. All I can tell you is it takes what it takes. Sometimes it's faster than others. But I have noticed it. Like when I give up and I'm like, hey guys, we're just finished this off camera. As soon as I end the stream and I shut the cameras down, I go to the kitchen and I get a fresh Gatorade, I come back out, it's already done. Like, would that have been done if I was still alive? Probably not. So, you know, I'm not sure if what you're saying is accurate, but it sounds as good as anything else, regardless of the excuse. The reality is, you understand? So I appreciate the feedback. You may be 100% correct. I don't know. But whether you are or you're not, it's still not having any difference regardless. It is what it is. And we just accept that and work with it rather than try and change it or work around it. When you learn how to bend like a tree in the wind, like Karate Kid, go with it, everything gets a lot easier. Everything flows so much easier. And I wish this was taught to me when I was a kid. Because, you know, fighting every battle upstream is exhausting. When you learn to use the stream and the flow, things get a lot easier and you get a lot done much faster with less frustration and less effort. You just have to adapt. Change your plans. Be like MacGyver. Be like, I don't know, an inspirational figure that has learned to adapt. Here's my analogy. You use what you have around you. One of the things I loved about Jackie Chan movies is Jackie Chan would use anything around him, and he'd use it in a way I never thought of. Just ingenious. He didn't have a gun. He just used whatever was in the room, a chair, a ladder, whatever it was. He could utilize it as a offensive or defensive piece of equipment that wasn't intended for that purpose. He just thought outside of the box. Now, granted, that's scripted and choreographed, but there are people in this world who are very, very, very good at improvising based on the environment and adapting to it and can accomplish things in real life. People can do things using what's available to them in that moment. And I find that very inspiring. That's what I that's what I want to achieve, is I want to figure out, you know, there is a right way to do things. But if you need to do something right now, what do you have around you that you can use to accomplish that by using it in a way no one ever thought of before? And this has happened in my real life, and it's a lesson that stayed with me for a long time, where a friend of mine was adjusting the regulator valve on the propane of a gas barbecue grill. And in doing so, something happened, and the flames started shooting right out of the propane tank. And the valve to shut it off is right on top of the flame, or right below the flames. So he couldn't reach in to turn the valve off, the actual main cutoff valve on the tank. He was adjusting the regulator that's on the hose, and the whole thing lit up. And the concern was, you know, I'm watching this happen. How hot will that get before, you know, explosion? And how long is it going to burn for? I don't know how full the tank is. And it's shooting flames out of it with no way to turn it off. So he tries to reach in and he's burning his hands, and he stops and he comes back in the house because I'm watching through the windows of the backyard. And I think, aren't I being smart by being calm? But in the meantime, I'm standing in front of a window, right? So if the thing blows up and the pressure breaks the glass, I'll be lacerated from head to toe. Not too smart. And I was younger. His mother came out and saw this, and she called 911 and asked for a fire truck. My friend says, maybe we could pick up the propane can while it's on fire and throw it into the neighbor's pool over a 6-foot fence. I wouldn't do that. Especially when you have something hot and it hits something cold. Who knows what's going to happen? I wouldn't do that. And I'm trying to be very calm and logical, but ultimately I'm doing nothing. So I'm not panicking, but I'm not helping. So then his older brother sees what's going on from another room. And he's like, let me grab a towel. And he grabs a towel. And he asks, where's the valve? And he says, it's on top. And he says, which way does it turn? He goes, turns counterclockwise. Okay. And the mother sees this and says, wait, give me the towel. And she runs it under the sink and makes it wet and then wraps it around his hand. So he's got the towel basically from here to here. In the meantime, this thing's been just burning and burning and burning, getting hotter and hotter and hotter. He goes out to the backyard with his towel, wet towel around his hand, turns the valve off, the fire's out, the emergency's over. It's all done. Panic to peace in an instant because somebody thought outside the box instead of waiting for the magic men in the truck to arrive whenever that happened. So then the mother calls the fire department back and says, never mind, we got it taken care of. And because somebody acted and did something, they turned an emergency that was only going to get potentially far worse into a nothing event. Panic and emergency to no problem, just because somebody acted and thought it through. And I'm kicking myself for not thinking of that. And that has been my inspiration, that when you see something, do something. That's the person I am. They say if you see something, say something. No. I'll do something. I'm not going to just sit by and film it. Get off your butt because you're somebody, as much as a fireman is somebody. Think it through. Put your life at risk, because by doing nothing, you're putting your life at risk. That's the way I see it. I feel like if there was anything I could do to help this, I would. But since I can't, in this particular scenario, there's nothing I can do. Like, that's just Microsoft, the internet, whatever. That's well out of my hands. So I'm not suggesting that in every scenario there's always a solution, but I just see too many people ignoring solutions for whatever reason. And I'm just thinking, man, if that was me, I wouldn't do it that way. But it's only because of the experiences I've had growing up that taught me those lessons. And I'm very grateful. Learning that early in life, I think, makes a massive improvement as soon as you learn it. If you learn it later, you get the improvement later. There's Tom Jackson joining us and saying hello. Edward Bass says, I am new to all this stuff, and I truly believe it adapt, but sometimes I do feel Microsoft takes advantage of us. Well, I feel sometimes Mother Nature makes it rain just to upset me, but that doesn't make it true. I feel all kinds of things. I feel scared when there's no reason to feel scared. I feel alone when there's no reason to feel alone. That has nothing to do with reality because I feel a certain way. So while we're allowed to feel how we feel, we also can take control of how we feel. If you don't like how you're feeling, it's up to you and nobody else. It's not Microsoft's responsibility for you to feel comfortable. You make yourself comfortable. You don't have to use Microsoft products. If you feel Microsoft is making you feel uneasy, stop voluntarily choosing to use it. Use something else instead. Take control and ownership of your feelings. Don't try to find people to blame. Own up to it. And if you need to make some adjustments and changes so you can feel better, nobody can do that but you. In the meantime, Microsoft isn't treating you any differently than anybody else on the planet. So whatever it is you don't like, you're not alone. We all deal with it, and somehow we're all just fine with it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the most popular operating system on the planet. I think it's worth consideration. You're not being asked to do anything the rest of us aren't doing. So, you know, they're not a charity, they're a business. They're in business to make money. They're doing what a business does. You could say the same thing about your cell phone provider, your cell phone service provider, your internet service provider, the place you bought your car from, the dealer, the insurance company you pay, the grocery store you shop at. They're all in business for the same reason, and it isn't to help you, okay? They're in business to make money from you. It's your choice if you want to give them your business. All right, so just so we're clear on that, that's the way I see it anyway. You may disagree, or you might agree, but I hope it gives you something to consider. When we were doing the update on the minis forum and I pulled the power plug, do you want to know what happened next? Off camera, that update had to start all over again, and when it was done and it started to install, it failed. Then I needed to restart the computer and do the update a third time, waiting again. Then it installed and succeeded. So it took 3 times longer because I was impatient. Just so you know, off camera, what you didn't see was when I set it to retry that update again, I walked out of the room. I did other things. I came back later to see if it was done, and I got the message that it failed and to restart the computer. So I restarted the computer, I started the update again, and I think we went out for dinner. We came back from dinner, it had already rebooted and it was finished, and I checked for updates and it was clear. So the main difference is just sitting here watching it. And that is what's causing the impatience. The impatience is what's causing the damage, the file corruption, and that's what's causing it to take longer. So as much as I'm tempted to try and move this video along, you know, on the one hand, I'm thinking, I want to keep on with the show and I'll deal with the consequences after the show's over. But then you guys have no idea, was that a big deal or not? And I just remembered, I wanted to tell you that was a big deal. It sucked. Now, ultimately, when we do the follow-up on the minis forum, which we'll do on Sunday, I plan to wipe it and reinstall Windows 11 anyway, so what difference does it make? Well, the difference is I still wanted to run some other tests on the computer, and I didn't want to run them until the update was done. And I knew I had a week from last Sunday. I wasn't going to use this computer till the following Sunday. So the time of like, hurry up, we're live, I've got days now and nobody's watching. You understand? So since time is no longer an issue off camera, let it take whatever it wants. What do I care? Then I ran my tests and let that take whatever it wants. And I backed up the drivers. And then I moved everything onto the NAS. And that was all done probably by Wednesday, Tuesday. I don't know. Today it's Friday. That machine's been in a box for 2 days, waiting for Sunday. You see the difference between impatience and patience? With patience, it's less stress. Who cares? Let it take what it takes. When I'm live broadcasting around the world and everybody's watching, it's kind of boring. But guess what? If you buy a new computer, this is what you're going to have to do. I'm not polishing it and editing it to give you a false reality, because you're going to find out when you bought it, this isn't like what you saw on TV or on YouTube. This is real. If you're not okay with it, don't buy it. It's the same for all of us. It's not just applying to you. All of us have to do this. If you choose not to, you risk viruses, identity theft, ransomware. And if you want to risk it, knock yourself out. You won't be risking it because I suggested it. I will not suggest that. It would be irresponsible for me to tell you to ignore the updates. I would never do that to a customer. I would never do that to you. If you do it to yourself, that's your business. The good news is when you take the time, let the computer do what it needs to do, you've got a good solid foundation when you're done. And you will likely have a computer that will run for many years. But if you don't do it, God knows what your foundation condition is in and what potential consequences that you will continually end up having, potentially one right after the other. And you'll say, that's the worst computer I ever bought, because you didn't take the time to set it up right and you built a house of cards that constantly falls apart. This way is the way that gives you the most stable, reliable build configuration on a new computer to establish right at the front. You invest the hard sweat equity into it, and then you're good to go. Statistically speaking, you're in the best case scenario. If you want to take shortcuts and you just want to get to you want to start with dessert and not eat dinner, and you want to do that all the time, there's going to be health consequences from your teeth to your kidneys and everything else. It's your choice. People might choose to smoke cigarettes too. I don't condone that either. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm simply telling you I don't recommend it. Just so we're clear. Edward Bass said, life goes on with or without me. Every single one of us, and our parents, and their parents, and their parents before them. That statement applies to all of us, as proven in our own lives and looking at those around us who aren't with us anymore. We still have a life to live, even if they don't. And when we're gone, me included and everybody watching this video, then other people still have their lives to live. Their lives don't end because someone else's did. They have to live. They don't. Doesn't matter if you like it. You woke up, here you are, deal with it. But yeah, that's also true for all of us. You're not any different. Somehow we're all okay with it. So get on board, my friend. You don't have a choice. Yeah, that's a painful download. That is a big one. And before I run any benchmarks, there's no sense in running the benchmarks without the updates. So many of these content creators, they run benchmarks, but you have no idea what they've updated. Are they using out-of-date video drivers or chipset drivers? Is Windows not updated? How accurate are their benchmarks? Isn't that a complete waste of time otherwise? But they don't talk about it. It's not even brought up in the video. It's what they're not telling you. That's what you should be concerned about. Think about, did this content creator try the warranty other than just read what the company said? Did they actually test it? And when they tested the benchmarks, did they update the drivers? Did they update the BIOS? Did they update Windows before they ran the tests? What about the testing software itself? Are they testing with the same software in the same version without updates from one machine to the next over time? Because the minute the software that they're using to test gets altered, then all the other tests they ran with that software prior on previous machines is no longer equal anymore. So are they going to go back and retest all those old machines with the new version of the software? Or do they use the old version of the software so that the test results stay comparable? They don't usually talk about that. And if you don't think about it on your own, you're being misled. You're allowing yourself to be misled. You're making a choice to not think. You're welcome to do that if you want to. When I watch these videos, I notice, because I was in filmmaking a little bit, I notice things in filmmaking other people don't see. I noticed the way they edited it. I noticed Most people just sit back and watch the movie. And I go, did you see how they got that shot? No, what are you talking about? How did they think about this? Look at this camera shot. And I want to rewind it, and this annoys people. But I'm like, think of the cameraman and what the cameraman had to do to get that shot. How many times do you think they had to redo that, rehearse that? There's sometimes there's a movie where it's like a continuous shot, where somebody gets out of the car and the camera follows them. They go in the house, they go up the stairs, they open the bedroom, they have a conversation, somebody walks in, the camera turns, they walk back out. And you go, did you realize that's one camera that never stopped? There's no edits in that. Do you have any idea how many times they must have rehearsed that? If one person, including the cameraman, screws up, everybody starts over again. There's a great chase sequence in the movie Atomic Blonde, where the camera's inside of the car during the car chase. And the camera moves to see the driver, the camera moves to see the passenger, the camera moves to see the driver's perspective of the road, the camera pulls back out of the rear window of the car without any edits. It's all happening with one camera shot. And this just goes on and on for what feels like, it's not like the camera's in one place. The camera's moving while the car is moving, while the actors are acting, and it's all one shot. There's a fight sequence where they're on the stairs. It's one big shot. If anybody screws up the choreography, you start all over again. Most people have no idea what they just watched. They go, it's a good movie. My God, did you see that? What, is that a big deal? Try it sometime. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, do you have any idea how much work went into that? Wow. Kind of making a big deal out of it. It's a huge deal because you could normally just use different cameras and piece it all together. This is all one continuous shot. Just like my videos when I go live, it's one continuous shot. It gives you a feeling, for me anyway, of authenticity. That really happened. Even if it was staged, they executed that perfectly. I love it. I eat that up all day. Rich Lab said, I was watching a show the other day and I realized they didn't cut the camera for like 15 minutes. Can you imagine how much rehearsal? Everybody has to hit their marks and say their lines. The camera operator, the people that are moving the equipment have to stay out of the camera shot. How many times did they have to do that without one single person screwing up? Because if any one person screws it up, everybody has to start over again. That is very difficult. Andy says, this is why I enjoy live shows. There's no chance to edit. Right, there's no polishing here. This is the way the real world is. Life is not edited, and why would you want it to be? You want it to be over real fast? So the reason I do this live is to prevent trolls or conspiracy theorists from suggesting things were altered or crafted in a way to be intentional and deceiving. This is all live. It's all happening in real time. People go, well, it's boring. Well, yeah. Yeah, it is. And I'm not making a thriller over here. I'm just trying to teach. Have you been to a classroom lately? It can be pretty boring being in class. Education can sometimes be a boring process, especially if you're studying something like law, architecture. You want to be a doctor? You better prepare to be very bored. Maybe that's why they say doctors have patience. Oh, I'm hilarious. The Muffin Man says, nobody here thinks this is boring. I do. I apologize, but this is ridiculous. I'm like, holy cow, this sucks. But it is, all I'm trying to say is, nobody shows this part. But yet you will deal with it. So isn't it kind of lying by not talking about it and not showing it or glossing over it with a fancy edit? Or they just don't mention it. They talk about the computer, but what version of Windows did that computer come with? Windows 11? No. What was the build number? How out of date was it? How long did it take you to update it? Oh, well, I scanned it for malware, see? That's all well and good, but you didn't answer any of the questions. What did you scan? Windows 11. What version of Windows 11? Well, here are the test results. The test results of what version of the drivers? They don't talk about it. It's not mentioned ever. Well, I'll say rarely. And if you don't ask in the comments, they probably won't ever talk about it. You guys have to speak up in their comments and tell them, hey, did you try their support to verify what they said is true? Did you try the warranty process? Do you ship here in country, or does it have to go out of the country? And what does that cost? And what's the turnaround time? And what version of Windows did it include? Don't tell me Windows 11 Home or Pro. I want to know the build number. How many updates were missing? Did you update it? When you ran your tests, did you update the drivers? Did you update the AMD Adrenalin? What version did it have when you got it? What version did you update? If you don't ask, they're going to keep making the same crap. And you're the one that either ignorance is bliss and you don't know what they're not telling you because you don't think to ask, or you say, okay, I mean, this is the way this channel does their thing, and if I don't like it, I need to watch another channel. Or if I do want to watch it, I need to know what to expect from them and not to expect anything more, and adjust your viewing patterns accordingly. But if you're not aware of what you're watching and you're not aware of what they're not telling you, just like me, maybe I'm not telling you something and I'm not aware of it. You need to bring it to my attention with your questions. That's another benefit of going live. I don't get to produce what I think you want to hear. You can tell me what you want to hear right now. That's why I do it this way. Westside Lord said, I'm not bored at all. I learn something new every time I watch your live shows. Well, thank you. I try and do that, but it still can be boring. I have to laugh at it. It's, it is what it is. But that's how I cope with it. Just laugh it off. Edward Bass mentions the time and money it takes to pull off one scene, right? One steady camera shot. Yeah. And when people watch it and they don't realize how much money and time went into what they just saw, they don't appreciate it. They might go, oh, I liked the movie. And I'm like, did you see that shot? Yeah, I was there with you. I saw it. Did you notice that it was one camera the whole time? No. That's the thing about editing, right? If you're a very good video editor, no one knows you did your job. All right, finally, we can restart this thing. Frankie says he's here for his carrots. Welcome back, Frankie. I've got all the carrots you could ever want. We were at this grocery store called Winco a couple weeks ago, and in the produce section, they have like a 10-pound, maybe a 20-pound bag of carrots. It's this big. I'm like, what the hell? Who's eating this many carrots? And I thought to myself, maybe it's for, there's some horse stables. Maybe it's for feeding horses? Read the sign, Carey. What's it say? It says, juicing carrots. Oh. So, Frankie, are you going to be juicing these carrots? I need to know. How many carrots do I need to buy? 20 pounds or just a handful? Juicing carrots. David Graham said the doctor joke was the best joke I heard all week. Oh, thank you, David. Sometimes I get lucky. Edward Bass says carrot cake. I don't think he used that many carrots. How big is the cake? What are we talking about? We're going to wrap this up here pretty soon. Maybe I can run crystal disk mark on it really quick and at least get that benchmark, or maybe we can get in the BIOS. Maybe we can do that. We'll look at the BIOS, run crystal disk mark on it, and then we'll pick up part 2 this time next week, Friday. That'll be our Friday show. And because we did the minis forum part 1 on Sunday, you getting the pattern of this? There'll always be 2 parts on these now. And whatever day of the week we air the first part, we'll air the second part the same day of the next week. It's taken a few years, but I'm finally figuring out a pattern to this. Is your YouTube chat pop-up on all chat or top chat? Krish Labs wants to know. It defaults to top chat. Let's see, can I change it? Live chat. Let's change it to live. Okay, well maybe that's why I wasn't seeing some comments before. I'll have to keep an eye on that, or you'll have to remind me. I think it's defaulting to top chat every time, but we'll find out during the next broadcast if it goes back to top chat or if it'll stay on live chat, because I never switched it. So I appreciate you pointing that out to me. I just don't pay attention. Yeah, that could be why I'm not seeing all the questions. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Neil Garrett says, thanks for showing us how to turn off that Windows 11 annoyance. Yeah, I think he's talking about the second chance out of box experience. Boy, is that ever annoying. I turn that off every computer, always. I've never had anybody say, no, please leave that on. Never once. If it ever happens, I'll let you know. Krish Labs said, I stream in my organization about twice a week, and I always have to manually switch it to all chat. Well, it doesn't say all chat. It just, so the options are live chat, top chat, or fan funding. So now that you've made me aware of it, I just have to remember, and thank you for that, because I didn't even realize that. It does explain why I might be seeing some questions, though, or not seeing some questions. Shane Perkins, yes, it defaults to top chat. Okay. Well, good information for all of us. Here comes the cat. Are you telling me it's time to wrap it up? What are you doing? She very rarely comes in here. Can I help you? Meow? I'd pick her up, but she doesn't like it. She's just patrolling. You're on patrol? And she's leaving. I guess everything checks out. Good job. Now, the last few times she's done that, she's then walked into the little side room where her litter box is. Are you just letting me know you have to poop? Thank you for letting me know. What's going on in that little cat brain? And yep, that's exactly what she's doing. I just want you to know, don't go in there for a while. Gotcha. Thank you. Nobody else needs to tell me when you're pooping. Keep that to yourself. Ludo says, thanks for your Geekom reply. I am not happy with their support, but the product I have is solid. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you be happier if the product was solid and the support was there? Wouldn't that be, if you're paying the same amount of money and you selected Minis Forum or just a different manufacturer that had your back for the same price, wouldn't that be preferred? It is for me. It's all well and good if you don't need support, right? You could just hope for the best. And then I hear the litter box being scratched and the cat walking out now. That is a weird behavior that she has to come in here and tell me. Just want you to know. She's very calm. She's in no hurry. Just want you to know. So go in that other room for a little while. Very, very considerate cat. Thank you. I don't know. That's what I think is happening. I have no idea if that's the cat's motivation or not. It's funny as hell, though. That is a big update, folks. It is a big, big, major update. The good news is, you know, every month, Microsoft updates the media installer tool with all of that month's updates already in it. So when we do a reinstall of Windows or a fresh install of Windows, we don't have to go through all this unless there's another big update that has come out since. When Microsoft releases Windows 11 26H2, all of this will already be built into it. So depending on what updates come out after that, you know, hopefully the big ones don't happen as often, but we'll see. This could be par for the course for the life of Windows for all I know. If it's not this, it'll be something else, but here's hoping these big updates start to become less frequent. Ludo said he bought his GeekCon PC before the RAM and SSD madness, so if it dies, I'll look into getting another brand and just move the RAM and SSD to a new Mini. Yeah, Minis Forum sells a lot of bare bones units that you can purchase that are designed for you to put your own RAM and storage in, and they sell for about half price. Yeah, Patrick Manny said yesterday, build 2600.9278. Took a while to install. It sure did. What you're getting in these updates is Windows 26H2, whether you realize it or not. Instead of releasing one giant update like Microsoft used to do, from like 22H2 to 23 or 24H2, now you're getting chunks, right, in these updates. That's a chunk. If you think that takes a while, imagine all these chunks put together at one time. You're looking at an hour and a half. So what Microsoft decided to do is to start releasing bits of Windows 26H2 in these updates, so that when the official 26H2 comes out, if you've been keeping up on your updates, then the actual 26H2 will take like 2 minutes to install. It's simply called an enablement package. That's a Microsoft term, meaning it's going to enable all of these dormant features they've added to your computer without your knowledge, and they'll all be turned on with a flip of a switch. And you'll say, wow, I don't know what the big deal about 26H2 was, Carey. It installed in like 2 minutes. That's because you've been getting pieces of it every month, and they're just not turned on yet. Get it? But if somebody else says, I was putting on 26H2 and it took an hour and a half, that's because they weren't keeping up with Windows updates. So they're just breaking that hour and a half up into little things like this. So in this update, there are your regular security updates and other feature, just like any other, but also there's some hidden features and enhancements that need to be turned on, but they're silently very quietly being installed off to the side. And then when 26H2 comes out, it'll turn all of that on and it flips a switch and you're good to go. They did the same with 25H2, so if you want to research how that works, just go to Google or Gemini and ask to explain how does the 25H2 enablement package works, and it'll explain it to you in far more detail than my summary, if you're into that. Luke Greeny has said there's a BIOS update he just completed on Project Zero. Right on. Keep on top of that. And Grish Labs said Microsoft also has the ability to roll back broken new features via a feature rollback registry key, which is the reverse of, in other words, if enablement flips the switch on, then the reverse of that is flipping the switch back off. And because it's more than one switch, it's effectively a switch for this and a switch for that, and there's one master switch that turns them all on. That master switch will be 26H2. And then if Microsoft says, oh, there's a problem, they can individually turn off a switch that doesn't shut down all of 26H2 features. Yep. Yep, that's another benefit to deploying it in this manner. It's a little more modular. But it's not obvious, right? You wouldn't know unless you're behind the scenes of what's going on. Ron Toomey says, do these little mini PCs get new BIOS update downloads? Well, because you can't really change anything on here, right? One of the reasons you'll see BIOS updates come out is because AMD's got a new chip that fits in the same old socket, but your motherboard was built before the chip came out. So how can the motherboard know what that chip is if you want to upgrade without a BIOS update? So with motherboards that end users build their own machines from, you can choose what RAM you want to put in, what solid state drives, and there can be compatibility issues, and BIOS updates address that as they become aware of it, the manufacturers become aware. BIOS updates may also fix security issues or fix optimization issues with regards to performance or overheating. With a mini PC, it's like a laptop. Everything's kind of soldered on the board. There's really not much you can change. So BIOS updates may come out due to some issue they didn't realize could be performance or heat fan curves, but certainly not like on a machine with soldered on RAM. You're never going to have a RAM issue, compatibility issue. With machines like this, with laptop parts, you've got a soldered on CPU. You can't change it, so you don't need to update the BIOS for that. The end result is there are sometimes BIOS updates for mini PCs, but it's not very often. It's not too common because really you can't change anything in here. So unless it's a big security issue like secure boot keys expiring, something like that may justify, or they just realized, oh my gosh, you know, there's a feature in the BIOS that's not working and nobody tested it thoroughly, and it's a feature very few people ever use, but enough people complain about it. The many PC makers don't want to spend the money to pay their developers to update a BIOS on a machine they made $30 on the sale of. You know, it's like, what's the point? So there has to be a critical reason, basically. With a motherboard manufacturer that's selling to consumers, there's a lot of reasons that they have to accommodate a number of variables that mini PCs and laptops don't have. So if it's a brand new mini PC, I'll give you an example. Minis Forum sent us a mini PC once, and it had BIOS version 0.01. Okay. That seems pretty prototype to me. And I noticed when Windows loads, the network card takes a really long time to negotiate with the router. Really, like 5 times longer. But then it eventually connects and everything's fine. Weird. But the computer stays on 24/7, so what big deal is that? So I looked online at Minis Forum and I said, let's go to the drivers section, you know, on the support side, and there's drivers and specs and documentation. There's no BIOS update. So I wrote to Minis Forum support and I said, you know, I have this machine and they want receipts and everything. And I'm like, you guys sent it to me for review, so I don't have a receipt, but I'm just curious. This says it's BIOS 0.01. It doesn't look like this computer sold very well. It doesn't look like you could buy it anymore. And I don't even know if it was ever made available for sale. I mean, it must be because it's in the support, right? It does have drivers, but there's no BIOS update. Is there a newer BIOS update that's been released other than 0.01? And they said no. That machine didn't sell well. We've moved on. They don't want to put any money into it. Okay. So I imagine the reason why the network card is taking so long to negotiate with the router is because of the BIOS. But I don't really know. I'm just guessing. I could try a different network cable, but that would require rerunning the cable in the wall, and I'm not going to do that. So I'll just tolerate it. And, you know, I can't complain. I didn't pay anything for the machine. I was looking for a BIOS update for a couple of Minisforum Neptune models, and Minisforum dropped that line. They did not sell well. So if you go to Minisforum support, there is no indication that that model ever existed. There's no drivers, there's nothing. Minisforum makes so many computers, I guess at some point you got to start dropping some off the list, or you're going to have a list that's a catalog this thick and nobody's going to find anything. So then if the machine didn't sell well, you wouldn't have that many people looking for it anyway. So like any other manufacturer with a lot of different products, after a certain period of time passes, they go, that's it. We're not even talking about this anymore. We're done with it. If it would have sold well, that'd be a different story. But I was able to do a Google search and say, does the Minisforum Neptune blah, 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 you know, did it ever have a BIOS update? And then there's some Reddit discussions where people are asking, and sure enough, there was a newer version than the one I had. However, I have no idea why. Wasn't having any problems with those computers. They're fine. I love them. I don't understand why they didn't sell better. But if there's a new BIOS update, I'll take it. So one of them didn't have a BIOS update at all. And the other one, like I said, there was a Reddit forum, and someone said you can get the last BIOS update when it used to be on Minisforum's old support site. This is a copy of it if you want to trust it. And someone said, well, how can I trust it? And I thought, well, I'll trust it. What have I got to lose? And I put it on and it worked fine. I don't know, apart from the BIOS number changing, I didn't notice anything any different. So the question would be, why are you updating the BIOS? If there's a problem that you're having and you're looking for a BIOS update, you know, that's one thing. But if you're simply looking for a BIOS update for the sake of looking for a BIOS update, I wouldn't be too worried about it. Mike's unboxing, reviews, and how-to. It's our arch nemesis, evil twin. No, Mike's a good friend of ours, and he makes videos of a similar nature. So if you enjoy our content, be sure and check out Mike's content, but not at the same time. You wait till I'm done. Besides, Mike's not making a video right now. He's here joining us in the chat. Say hello to Mike's unboxing. And of course, Kath. You can't mention Mike without mentioning Kath. She's the other half of the team. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. It's probably about midnight there in England, isn't it? Mike's unboxing says, Carey's my hairy brother from another mother. Well, if you think this is hairy, well, I guess you would, actually. I like to think of my, you know, my arms are like not hairy at all. And people say, oh, you're not a man if you don't have hairy arms. I'm like, no, I'm evolved. What you mean is I'm not an ape. So just let them know, Mike, you're evolved. That's what I tell him. And Mike says, yes, it is indeed midnight there in England. All right, we've rebooted, so let's do a couple things. Hell, we've waited for it, right? Let's make it worth something. Let's go to the start button. And I got to get rid of camera 1 so as I can see. Rid of that. Over here. and restart. Let's see what the BIOS looks like in this bad boy. 67 Jeff joins us in the chat. Hey, welcome in, guys. We're just getting ready to wrap things up. Just two last things I want to do. All right, so here's what the BIOS on the Kamrui Pinova P2, which is featuring, this is not, like I said, there's 4 different models of Pinova P2. Why they all share the same name when they have nothing in common. This is the Intel Core 304, brand new chip from Intel. And as far as I know, we are the only ones on YouTube who have this, and I thank you to Kamrui for giving us this exclusive early look. This should not be available for sale until next month. CPU config, okay, blah, blah, blah. Power performance. Lad, do we have any power modes? Nope. We can control the power level 1 and power level 2 by hand, but what I'm not seeing are any pre-configured like quiet or performance mode. Now, for me personally, I'm happy about having fewer choices when it comes to this stuff, because this is how people, and by people I mean enthusiasts and end users, start monkeying around in here and then end up needing help. I suggest you leave it alone. So the default is PL1 of 22 watts and PL2 is 35 watts. Okay. If you want to try and eke out a little more power, that's on you. I would leave it where the engineers have set it. It's also represented right here. See, you can't see it. When I move the mouse down, you see how it jumps over this whole section? Look down 5 lines and it says power limit 1 is 22.0 watts, power limit 2 is 3. Well, that's represented with these numbers here. If you don't even know that, you know what? Just stay the hell away from it. Thermal configuration, I leave that alone. TPM, I leave that alone. A little bit of information about our built-in network controller. This is the wired one. Nothing we can do there, that's just information. Security, that's where you could set up secure boot if you want to turn it on. It's on by default. Boot mode. Okay, there's your boot order. And then if you have multiple NVMe drives, which one you want to prioritize is in the submenu. And then save and exit. And then your boot override, if you just temporarily want to boot to a Macrium Reflect Rescue Disk, don't change your boot order, just go into boot override and select it here. If we had one to choose, it would be listed here. And then save changes and exit. Or discard changes and exit. In this case, we didn't change anything, so either way, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. We get the AMI BIOS manufacturer's logo instead of the mini PC manufacturer logo. That may change between this prototype or this engineering sample and when it actually ships, or it might not. You got to pay somebody to do this. If you're paying somebody to put your logo on something, you might have to charge another 50 cents for the machine. So you should see that as a benefit of cost savings, not as a laziness from the manufacturer, in my opinion. Now let me grab my USB flash drive and let me plug that in and just copy over Crystal Disk Mark here. Plug that in and we'll grab, let's open the folder. Let's go to this, and I want to bring over this. I want to bring over this. If you notice one of my tools, this here called Device Cleanup, this was brought to my attention by Mike's Unboxing Reviews and How-Tos. This clears out ghost, your computer remembers every USB thing you plug into it. Every video card you've changed, it's still sitting in your device manager, ghosted out of sight, out of mind. And over time, this can build up. And it can sometimes, wreak havoc with why can't I print or why did my keyboard stop working? And this little application, we can go to x64, right-click on this and run it as an administrator. And it'll scan our device manager for any hidden devices. You see these shaded out items? All of this stuff. Now, I'll tell you what's interesting about this is we can see what the manufacturer did before they sent this to us. Do you see that last used 144 days ago? Isn't that interesting? This is all stuff we no longer have attached to the computer. Look at all the monitors they hooked this up to during testing, probably at the factory before they shipped it to us. This is exposing some secrets. Isn't this interesting? They even used a USB SanDisk, did they? Because that's what I just plugged in. Is that me? Are the dates wrong? Well, there's the new monitor, right? Anyway, this isn't hurting anything yet. It could. So you could just go here and say select all, because these are all ghosted, meaning they're not plugged in. And if you should plug them in, it'll just reload the driver again. So no harm, no foul. Once we select all, we remove selected, so we don't have to do them all by hand. That's a brand new machine. 119 ghosted devices. Again, you may not notice any difference, but that I didn't know anything about until Mike's Unboxing did the review on that. So credit to where credit is due. We can help each other out and become better at what we do by being open to hearing other people's, what other people, in my case, other technicians, found to be very useful. I may not find it to be useful. I might think there's a risk to it. But that one I'm on board with 100%. And Mike does a much more thorough job of explaining it than I just did. And so check out his channel to learn more about it. I'm going to run my optimizer really quick. And then we're going to reboot and run Crystal Dismark. I guess I can bring camera 1 back while we're waiting. No, I can't bring it back. I can't see the optimize button. Hold on. Let me do this first. Optimize all. So the reason I talk about the dangers of some of these utilities is some utilities do things that are against Microsoft's suggested operational procedures, which may appear to have a benefit now, but then when Microsoft releases an update in 6 months, it could be a problem for you because you listened to what some content creator said. So bear that in mind. My utility does are just toggles on and off that Microsoft allows. We don't add anything to the registry. We don't turn off any services. We don't do any of that. It's not a good, solid practice. And I've noticed on some newer CPUs, the optimizer tool is having difficulties where it appears to freeze up, particularly with removing the remote desktop connection, which I haven't heard much about in months. So I'm going to talk to Nick about this little flaw. It's like a little bug. In the meantime, I should be able to just close this out. Let's hit Control-Alt-Delete. Go to the Task Manager. And you know, when we see these problems, we can't fix it until we know it exists, right? So let's see, let's right click on that and end that task. It seems to be stuck. And then Carey's optimizer, Uncle Carey's optimizer, I think is also stuck. Is it in here? Should be alphabetized. Go all the way to the letter U. Doesn't seem to be in here. Let me try and start it again. It may not start. Oh, okay, good. Ah, it says everything's done. Disable remote desktop. Let's try that. That does require a reboot. And it says secure boot is off here. That's interesting because it said in the BIOS it was turned on. And I'm not sure why the Remote desktop. I take that out because it's a security risk and nobody I know uses it. If we want remote access, we'll use a tool like RustDesk or Instant House Call. We never use the built-in Windows tool because it's targeted by bad guys all the time. So we don't use it. If we're not going to use it, let's just take it out. It's just a safety precaution. Mike's Unboxing said that device cleaner also removes old peripherals and hardware that are no longer installed on the machine, which is great when you're changing a motherboard or CPU as well. Yeah, because it'll have chipset drivers you're not using. They shouldn't be hurting anything, but if you're not using them, what's the point? What's the point of keeping them? And that's not a utility you would need to use more than about once a year. Or let's say something like a USB printer or USB keyboard, USB mouse, something like that's not working. That's a good thing to check, is clear out any ghosted drivers that are sitting in the background that might be conflicting. And then after you do that, restart the computer, and then your device will probably start working again. It's that easy. Now see, if Mike wasn't here, I wouldn't have thought to run that device cleaner. It's a brand new machine. I wouldn't expect it to have 119 ghosted devices. That's eye-opening. Ron Toomey says, call Mitch and get a bad joke on this lovely Friday. Well, I guess you weren't here. Mitch was in the chat room and shared his dad joke with us. I was trying to think of one. Still trying to think of one. Nothing's happening. It'll be funny any minute now. Let me think. You know, Mara is always comparing me to Chris Hemsworth. Yeah. Like just the other day, she said, you look nothing like Chris Hemsworth. Terrible. It's just a joke. Is another, I don't know why this is taking so long. This normally doesn't take this long, so I don't know if some updates happened in the background, but my optimizer shouldn't be causing that. So we've looked at the BIOS, we've optimized it. When this reboots, we'll run Crystal Disk Mark, and then we'll wrap it up, and we'll save everything else like the reinstall and the Cinebench results on next Friday's video. We'll do the follow-up on this machine here. Remember, this is not yet available for sale. It does not officially exist. You're getting an exclusive here on YouTube. As far as I know, no other content creator has this yet. So benefits of finding this channel is getting information you will not find other places. Sometimes. Sometimes we'll just share information we got from other channels, which if you had been watching Mike's Unboxing and been subscribed there, you would already know about this device cleaner a long time ago. Ron Tomey says, do you think we have thermal throttling going on? Not at this low power, but anything's possible. And so when I run the Cinebench results, I also run thermal monitoring, and I grab a screenshot of the results. And I'll share that with you next Friday, because that'll take a while. Likely we don't have any thermal throttling with something this low power, but I've been wrong before. It's completely silent, by the way. I don't hear any fans, just like the mini swarm. And just like the mini swarm, I'm assuming we had no thermal problems with it. And I'll share those benchmark results with you on Sunday. We're going to do part 2 on the mini swarm, utilizing the same brand new Intel Ultra 3 304 chip that just came out. I think they released it in June. So it takes a while from release into manufacturer, into product testing, validation testing, out to the stores and into the hands of the consumer. So when I say it's new, that is brand new. Mike's Unboxing said he had an interesting experience with his Intel 270K processor this week. Very sad and frustrating. I saw you posted a video, Mike, that said something like, did my Intel Ultra 7 die? I haven't watched the video yet. Something about getting it from CEX, that must be a retailer. I know you didn't get it at CES, and I know you didn't get it from Computex. And if you put CES and Computex together, and you said CEX, that's got to be a store in England. I don't know what that is. I'll tell you the good news. Intel has amazing warranty. If you've ever had to send an Intel CPU back, they are painless and quick. If you open up a warranty ticket with Intel, they jump on it and they will send you a replacement lickety-split. And that's one thing I really like about the peace of mind I get from Intel is it's very rare that Intel chips go bad. And you know, when Intel had that bad batch of, what was it, 12th and 13th gen chips? Or 13th and 14th gen chips? Maybe that's what it was. They extended the warranty to 5 years worldwide and said, we guarantee these chips for 5 years. That's our promise to you. And somebody there in the UK had to send one back, and they were a little worried about how long they were going to be without it. And they had the replacement in 3 days. So I don't find that to be surprising. That's how Intel does business. The big boys, they don't screw around. It's the little guys that can be a little squirrely sometimes. So if that's what happened, Mike, at least you got that ahead of you. Should be an easy exchange. Mike's Unboxing said CEX is computer exchange here in the UK. Basically, it's used. It should still, Intel warranties, to the best of my knowledge, are transferable. So if you have a bad CPU, have you reached out to Intel yet? And what was their response? In most cases, warranties are not transferable. They want to see a receipt. I'll share a secret. It doesn't have to be a receipt from anywhere specific. So estimate. Write up a receipt to Joe's computer store. Write up a receipt. Take an Amazon receipt. And just overwrite what it says with your product and do your pricing history to show a realistic price that isn't going to catch anybody's eye. At that time, you go to camel, and you can approximate, you know, when the CPU was purchased. Write down the model and price. No serial numbers are ever listed on Amazon receipts. Heck, you can even leave your original Amazon order number. Nobody's doing that thorough of investigation. If it looks like an Amazon receipt, it has your product, and it doesn't have anything obvious that looks counterfeit, you provided them a receipt. How are they going to verify it? I'm just saying. A bad chip is a bad chip, right? Whether or not the bad chip happened to the original buyer or the second buyer, what difference does that make? It's an excuse to get out of the warranty. And I don't think Intel plays that way. But if they did, here's how you play back. Because it's still under warranty, and it still should be covered morally, in my opinion. But you do you. I'm just saying. You think Intel has a way to pull up Amazon order numbers? No. Like if you ordered it recently, or if you ordered it, if Intel was the seller, but if you ordered it on Amazon from a third-party seller, Intel can't see a receipt that didn't involve them. But if it follows the flow of an Amazon receipt, which is real easy to duplicate, leave the number alone on the receipt you have. So it's an authentic Amazon receipt number. Make sure the price and the spelling, you've done everything perfectly. No one will question it. So take your time. I don't think the police are going to come knocking on your door with guns drawn because nobody cares. Just go with the flow. The nail that sticks out is the one that gets hit by the hammer, and you've got nothing to lose. The worst case scenario, this is a victimless crime, and as far as I'm concerned, it's not a crime at all. You're just playing a game by certain rules that we don't necessarily agree with. So usually, if you just play the game the way they want you to play it, everybody's happy. The worst case scenario is they say it's invalid, and that's it. So you're no worse off for trying. Ron Toomey says, I wonder if the solid state drive is getting it. Boy, you are just fascinated with heat, Ron. Did you see the size of the heat sink underneath this? Yes, it's possible. No, probably not. Well, that's why I wanted to run Crystal Disk Mark on it, because Crystal Disk Mark really puts a strain on the SSD. And so if you see like really high speeds on one side and low speeds on the other, it's because it got hot doing the one side. So when it went to the other side to do the write tests, it was already hot, and then the write test plummet. It's a pretty obvious thing to watch for. I don't believe with a heatsink this big that would be an issue, but you know, we have to test it. I see a lot of people online addicted to heat. And yet in the real world where I get paid to do computer work, do I rarely ever deal with actual heat problems. But on the internet, you think everybody's having heat problems all the time, when in reality, very rarely does anybody have a real heat problem. It's a psychological technochondria. People just are hypochondriacs with their tech. They're imagining they're sick and they're not sick. And they're creating problems when they didn't have any problems, because psychologically they are manipulated into believing in this hypochondria. So my suggestion is, well, it is possible. It is not likely. It's worth investigating, but it's not likely. Possible, but not probable. How many times we've been making videos? This is what I love about my channel now. We've been making videos for 17 years. I invite you to look at any repair, new build, or diagnostic video where I have had a heat problem with an SSD or a CPU. There's some out there. Good luck finding one. That's your mission. Find me one of my own videos where we actually had a heat problem. And please send me the link to it, so I'd like to watch it again. It's so rare. It's so uncommon. I don't think you'll be able to find one, but it's the best way I can prove a point. And I'm saying, don't take my word for it. We have the evidence. All you have to do is look. And if it was something we were dealing with all the time, it would be first and foremost on our minds, right? We better check that heat. We better check that heat. But that's what people online constantly do, like social media. Heat, heat, heat. But in reality, when does that ever happen? And a lot of the people who have heat problems basically caused it. They overvolted the chip, or they overclocked the chip, or they did something they shouldn't have done. They monkeyed with it. 9 times out of 10, the heat issue was caused by them. So keep that in mind too. And we will, just like we do every computer, we will, run the tests no differently. But it's been a while since we run the tests and had a heat problem on any new computer. But again, I invite you to go back through the archive and show me. Grish Lab said your leaf blower videos started this channel. No, No, what started this channel was me showing how to build an AMD computer. And back then, YouTube videos were limited to 15 minutes in length, so I had to break it into 6 or 7 pieces. I was doing a radio program, coast-to-coast nationwide radio program on computers and technology that aired live 2 hours a night, 5 nights a week. The nation's longest running radio talk show on computers. I was the co-host for 6 years. Newegg said, we'd like to sponsor you. We want to do a computer giveaway. I said, if you just send one of our listeners parts, they're not going to know how to put it together. So why don't you send me the parts? I'll build it and I'll make a YouTube video on how to build a computer, because at that time, the computer build videos were terrible. This is what a YouTube computer build video looked like in 2008. The first thing you do is take your motherboard and put it in your case. Now that that's done, put your CPU and RAM in, and now hook up your wires and install your operating system. If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't need to be watching this video. Thanks for nothing. And there wasn't a video that detailed how do you put the motherboard in? How do you put the CPU and RAM in? What sockets do they go in? How do you install it? Are you supposed to do one before another? Do they go in a certain direction? What do you mean hook up the wires? What wires, where, and how? Do they go on this way or do they go on this way? I mean, if I knew all this, why the hell am I watching a video to tell me how to do it? So I said somebody ought to make a video that shows every screw and every wire. It's just like Legos. It's not that difficult. And then I'm like, hey, I'm somebody. So I said, why don't you send me the parts and I'll build it, and then we'll give that away built to one of our listeners. And then what I did is I made a YouTube video out of it, broke it into 6 or 7 pieces, put it up on YouTube. And as I'm building it, I'm like, wait a minute. Weren't we supposed to be giving away an Intel system? And Newegg goes, oh, we sent you the wrong one. You know what? Keep that one. Give it away, whatever you want. Do over. We're going to send you a whole bunch of parts for an Intel system. That's the one we meant. So I said, oh, well, you know what? Then I'll make a follow-up video, a second video, on how to build a computer with an Intel processor. And that one was another 6 or 7 parts that were 15 minutes each. So I did that one, posted it, built the computer, and we gave away both computers to listeners. This is 2009. Sometime around 2010, I got a check in the mail from Google. What scam is this? I open it up. It looks like a real check. Huh. I don't know what this scam is. And I get on Google. This is now 2010. And I Google, what is this check? They said that's the payment for the revenue that your videos on YouTube earned. I forgot all about those videos. And I got paid to forget? I got to make more videos. That's when you started seeing the videos in 2010 start to come out so I could see a bigger check. What a great way to make money. Do it once and get paid every time somebody watches it. And boy, for a while, I considered quitting my job and just doing YouTube videos. But if I quit my job, the authenticity of my YouTube videos will degrade and I'll be nothing more than an enthusiast. And the popularity of YouTube wasn't such at that time that there were many people that even knew what YouTube was. So as YouTube started to grow in popularity, I was growing in popularity. There weren't many people on the platform and the money got really good. The advertising money was really good. It just kept getting better and better and better. And then it popped like a bubble and it dropped 90%. 90% in views, 90% in subscribers, all of it. I used to have 1,200 people in my live chats. Mitch, at least happened once, Mitch was with me and I'm like, there's 1,200 people watching us live right now. Crazy. But we also dealt with a lot of harassment and a lot of trolling. The more popular we got, the more harassed we got. So I like where we're at now. We have a niche audience. The spamming, like, oh, look at me naked over here. You know, all that stuff, all that went away. the harassment, all that basically when it's pretty rare now. And we're back to what used to be back in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. Sort of a niche group of people back then would find us, and we're back to that today. And having been going up that popularity ladder, I'm glad to be off of it. I'm glad to be just popular enough to be attracting the right people versus what was happening. I'll trade that money for this sanity and peace of mind any day of the week. So things have slowed down. There's not as much just constant trolling and spamming. That's all pretty much gone away. So did the money. But for the trade, that's why we turned on memberships, and that's what kept us going. And so for everybody in green that supports us, again, it's because of you that we've been able to sustain this channel well into 2026, and have no plans to stop. As long as you stay with us, we're here. All that advertising money basically went away. So, and a lot of viewership went away too. People's interests have changed. Mine hasn't, and clearly yours hasn't. So I'm glad we found each other. But that's how it all began. And then, you know, it starts with people going, you can't use a leaf blower on a computer, you'll break the fans, blah, blah, blah. Really? Because I do this for a living. I don't sell leaf blowers. Why am I here telling you to use a leaf blower if it's so bad on a computer? Where's all the broken computers I'm responsible for? And I'm not making any money on if you buy a leaf blower, so why would I say that? So I'm like, I'll put it on camera and I'll show you in a demonstration. Now you show me in a demonstration where it's breaking a computer. You can't, because it's impossible. Somebody says, well, I've used a leaf blower on my computer and my fan broke. No, your fan was already broken and you just didn't know it. And when you hit it with the leaf blower, that's what finally made you aware. No, it isn't. Prove me wrong. Well, you can't. It's already done. Well, keep hitting your new fan with a leaf blower. Keep doing it. Keep filming it. And when it breaks, send the video to me. Never, not once, ever has anybody sent me that video. It doesn't exist. It's only in their minds. That's when it occurred to me. People get mad at me because they want to believe in Santa Claus. And I tell them there's no Santa Claus, and they say, you're a jerk. Why? You believe in something that doesn't exist. What's the harm, Carey? What if I want to believe in Santa Claus? What do you care? Well, keep it to yourself, man. Why you gotta ruin my parade? Why you gotta rain on my parade? Why can't you just let me believe in nonsense if it makes me happy? Why is it so important to you? You have to point out facts. Does it occur to you that some of us just want to be happy, even if it means being delusional? Who's it hurting? Why don't you leave us alone? And I'm saying, why did you click on my video? I'm not here to pander to your weakness. I'm here to help build you up and make you stronger and intelligent. I'm trying to educate and share with you my experience that I've learned the hard way. You're welcome. You're a jerk. Yeah. So that was eye-opening for me to learn people get angry when you sort of ruin Easter. What do you mean there's no Easter bunny? You better hope there's no Easter bunny. Why? Well, you got to think about those brown jelly beans you've been eating. Those may not be brown jelly beans if there's a real Easter bunny. Wow. This doesn't seem right. Something's broken. So I'm going to unplug it against my better judgment. Let's take this out. That's why a lot of this, I just need to do it off camera, but I want to share the unboxing and everything with you, right? And then this time-consuming stuff, there's no way for me to work around it other than to just break the video up into, you know, here's 20 minutes of a live video on Monday. Here's 20 minutes of the same computer after 3 hours of updates on Tuesday. I haven't figured out a way rather to do this in a more expedient way other than, you know, when stuff like this happens, what can you do? Mike's Unboxing says the Earth is flat though, right? Exactly. And they never landed a man on the moon. SpaceX is not landing rockets straight up. And there were multiple shooters at the Kennedy assassination, because why not? And also, the actual answers and truth to that really make a big difference in how you're going to pay the rent this month, right? Mark Gaines. Oh, Mark Gaines had a question where he has a receiver that his computer HDMI cable plugs into. And apparently when the computer's going to sleep or something, it's creating a disconnect with the receiver, and the receiver was popping. And we said, oh, you just need one of these emulators. You plug the emulator into the receiver and plug your HDMI cable into that. And then when your computer goes to sleep, the emulator still tells the receiver it's still connected. And Mark is saying, hey, I ordered that emulator off Amazon and it did not resolve the blue screen issue. So you'd have to remind us what the problem is. I don't remember, but I know I'm vaguely remembering pieces of it. And apparently me unplugging this and plugging it back in just made the problem. Oh, wait, it came up, never mind. You see how it says secure boot off, even though we know secure boot's on? That usually means we need to reset secure boot. And the way that we do that is let me get rid of camera one. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Number one, I recommend you just leave secure boot off. It's a pain in the ass. I didn't mean to shut it down. I meant to hit reset. Sorry about that. Let's wait for that to turn off, and then I'll turn it back on. We'll go into BIOS. That on. And then once we get that logo, we'll start hitting delete. Right now, oh, see, I waited too long. I missed it. Andy says there are lizard people that live in the center of the earth. They live outside the center. Mara's a lizard person. Why do you think she loves Phoenix so much? She goes out when it's 110 degrees and lays on a rock. She loves it. Also, do you remember the miniseries V that used to be on TV in the 80s? Well, she used to live near where they filmed all that stuff, and she would be like an extra in the background because she wanted to be. What a coincidence that V was about lizard people, and she happened to be there for the filming. That's okay. Lizards are people too. All right, I'm going to start hitting delete early now, and let's see if we can get into this BIOS this time. Come on now. Anytime now. Just waiting. I know it's riveting video. Let's go over here to security, secure boot, and then restore. Here, we're going to change this to custom, restore factory keys, restart without saving. Yes. Let's see what happens. Anyway, Mark, the reason I'm asking you to talk about the problem again is somebody else in the chat room may have another suggestion for you. All right, so Windows reboots, and we'll check. We have to check my optimizer. Let's see if secure boot is turned on. There's other ways that you can check, like with MS Info 32, but I'm just going to use my own optimizer because I'm biased that way. Secure boot is now on. See that? Rocket science. All right, let's get over here to the Crystal Disk Mark, and let's see what our benchmark of our SSD looks like. And then once we have that saved, or rather, once we get those results, we'll go ahead and wrap it up for today. So a super shout out and thank you to everyone hanging out with us in the chat room. Mark Gaines reminds us the problem is his desktop computer is connected to his Onkyo receiver using an HDMI cable. Sometimes when he switches to the PC from the Onkyo, he gets a blue screen and he has to restart. Mike's Unboxing says the Onkyo is using CEC pass-through. Is that a question, Mike, or a comment? And those numbers we're seeing on the SSD are terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So either the SSD is a low quality or something's wrong with it. That could also explain why things are taking so long on the updates. I'm going to stop the test right now. And I want to bring up Crystal Disk Info. And this should report our temps if it's temperature related. Wouldn't it be funny that it would be temperature when I tell you how rare that is? Temps are good on this. 41 is fine. Let me go back to Crystal Disk Mark. Let's move that over. And let's run the test again. And should be able to refresh. I think I just click on this and it refreshes. So it's at 43 right now, and as it runs, it'll get a little warmer. We should see that grow. As long as we're under 65, we should be fine. Yeah, you see how I keep hitting the button, how it's refreshing the temperature? There's no problem with the temperature. It tells us it's a 512 gig drive, and it tells us right here, it says, this is our problem right here. Let me close this. Let me stop. I see the problem. Do you see right here it says transfer mode? And if I hover the mouse over it, it says the current mode versus the supported mode. Now, the current mode of what? The drive. The supported mode of what? The motherboard? No, the drive. So what it's telling us is we have a drive that's PCIe Gen 3 by 4 that's currently running at half speed. It's running at ×2. Why is that happening? Likely it's because the position of the NVMe drive, you noticed in the beginning of the video, I showed you, hold on, let me come back here for a second. I showed you there's 2 NVMe slots in here, and we don't have any specs on this board yet. So one of 2 things is happening. One, because this is a budget entry-level processor, it only gives us 2 lanes. Seems unlikely. Or 2, one M.2 slot supports ×2 speed, and one M.2 slot supports ×4 channels versus ×2 channels. And it's in the wrong slot from the factory. Or both slots are ×4 slots, and there's something wrong with the drive controller. Or there's a setting in the BIOS, which I don't think we've ignored. Or this actually supports Gen 4 by 4, but with the cost of SSDs, they put a less expensive Gen 3 in there, which makes sense. I don't believe that this modern CPU would support only Gen 3, but it is backwards compatible. In order to bring the price down, they used a Gen 3 drive. But the Gen 3 drive does support 4 channels, but it's only using 2, so it's running at half speed. A Gen 3 drive running on 4 channels should peak at about 3,600 megabytes a second. We're getting about 1,700, or approximately half. But we also are getting half the channels. We're getting 2 channels instead of 4 channels. So all of this makes sense. The only question is why. So the solution would be to move the NVMe drive to another slot. Let's do that real quick. I'm going to just cheat a little bit and unplug the machine while it's on. And it's very easy to open this up and switch this out, which is the only reason I'm going to do it right now. I'm not going to make you wait till next Friday. Let's find out. There's that little screw back here that blocks that switch. So we'll open that up. Also, Gen 3 drives don't get as hot as Gen 4 drives, so that's another reason why this drive heat should not be an issue with the drive. Notice I keep saying the word should. This should be the solution. This should be the answer. This should be the solution. But should doesn't always agree. Again, a drive controller could be faulty too. But it's like we could talk about the theory for 2 hours, or we could just do the test. It takes 10 minutes. And I'm the kind of guy that wants to cut to the chase and cut out the nonsense and speculation. If you got time to talk about it, you got time to do it. Time to lean, time to clean. Let's go. There, I was ready to end the video when this happens. Yikes! The whole label on the drive is coming off. Look at it. Turn this around, you can see. Stuck to the thermal tape. Okay, so what happens if we move the drive from here over to this slot? Will it make any difference? Remember, I've got power unplugged here. We're not playing around. Well, you don't have to unplug power. Yes, you should. Oh, there's that word again. Set that little guy over there. These glasses I'm using are good for reading the screen, but they're not good for close-up work, so I'm struggling a little bit. God forbid I put on my other glasses. All right, let's take this bad guy out. Come on, you good thing. Let's move you over here. These slots could be equal. I just don't know, and there's no specs out yet. Who makes this drive? I have no idea. I've never seen this manufacturer before in my life, Your Honor. Now look, I'm not worried about putting all this back together right now. First of all, let's just see if that makes any difference at all with Crystal Disk Info telling us if we're in ×2 or ×4 mode. Okay, so we're going to boot this back up. Let's go back over to HDMI 3. That's how quick this test is, and we'll have an answer. Give that just a second. Okay. Let me go full screen over here. Now I can see it the way you guys see it. Crystal Disk Info. Disk Info 64, yes. Give that a minute. So again, transfer mode is still PCIe ×2. So the slots are not making the difference, but the drive is capable. See, Crystal Disk Info doesn't know what your motherboard can do. It can only tell you what the drive can do. And it's telling us it's capable. The supported mode is 3.0 ×4 channels, and the current mode it's in is 3.0 ×2 channels. Therefore, it's still half speed. So my question is, now let's go to Gemini, because we're dealing with a brand new CPU here. And notice I don't have any heatsink on this drive at all. I mean, if we're not really using it much, even if it were to get warm, it shouldn't get warm just sitting here. So I'm not worried about not putting the heatsink on at this time. Let's go to Gemini, google.com. Why am I not online? Did I unplug my cable? I did. Hold on, let me plug the cable back in. There we go. Now it's connecting. Come on, I'm so close to being done. Oh, look, it wants to do an update. Good for me. This would not be an update issue. Let's ask Gemini. Does the Intel Core 3 304 support Gen NVMe Gen 3 ×4? Mine is only working at Gen 3 ×2. So could be the way the motherboard's set up, BIOS or power saving modes. Lane sharing, I don't think so. Physical seating or contact issue, no. No. All right, one other thing I can do very quickly before we wrap it up here today. I have another NVMe drive just laying around, as I always do. Here's a no-name brand drive that should be empty. Let's go back over to camera one real quick. Where are you at, camera one? There we go. And then I'm going to just pull the power. Give that a second to shut off. And we're going to pop in this NVMe drive here to the other slot. If I can find the other. I really should change the glasses, Carey. Put that one in right there. Okay. Grab that little screw, pop that little bad boy back on there. I'm trying to figure out if I got a bad NVMe drive. That's the most common reason this would happen. Not the only reason, the most common reason. Now let's plug it back in. Let's turn it back on. Remember, for temporary testing, we can leave that off. All right, let's go back to camera one here for a second. And this should be booting. Ooh, and I see a little light lighting up on that new drive there. All right, so let's get back over to this computer. And hopefully, there we go. That's what I was hoping for. Source projector. Now, even if the drive I put in isn't formatted or anything, Crystal Disk Info should still be able to read it. So let's run it one more time. Give that 1 second as it analyzes, and you'll see we've got the original drive here, and the drive I just put in is this one. And the transfer mode is still 3.0 times 2. We know it's not the drive, it's something to do with the motherboard. So the only other thing I can think to check while we're live, because I keep saying I want to wrap this up, let's go into the BIOS and just see if there's any adjustment to be made there. I doubt it. And we will email Kamrui. That's why they sent it to us, right? They want us to find stuff like this. They might be aware of it. And if so, we want to know why. Or they might not be aware of it, okay? And we won't know until we reach out to them. But again, that's why they sent it to us. They want us to find things like this. As far as I know, my best guess is they didn't know about this. But maybe they did. There's no specs on this for me to test. This is sort of off the books. So let's wait here. Any minute now. It should restart anytime. Anytime now. Come on. Come on. Why is this taking forever to restart? You know what? I'm going to pull the cable. I'm just pulling it. Let's plug it back in again. This is impatience. All right. Fine. Couldn't make it worse, right? Oh, I missed it again. Hold on. I'm going to unplug it again. Plug it back in. Turn it back on. This thing boots faster than I expect. So I'll start hitting delete right now. Over and over again. There we go. Is there anything in here regarding the NVMe drive? I don't think there is. It just has boot priorities, not about configuration. So the TWSC that you see listed, that's the second one I put in that I had laying around here. That's all it gives us. I don't see anything regarding setting the number of channels or lanes. It wouldn't be security. If anything, it'd be under performance. And this is just power and sleep, power saving states. Nothing about limiting the bandwidth of the channels. This is all thermals on the CPU, and that's TPM, and that's all networking. There's nothing in here to change or identify. You know, even if we look at the NVMe drive, it doesn't tell us much about it. Like, it doesn't tell us if it's Gen 3 or Gen 4, nothing. It's just a boot option. That's all we get. So, all right, that's all I need to see. Let's get back over to camera 1, and I'll tell you what my conclusion is. It doesn't make any sense to sell a Gen 4 NVMe drive if it's only going to use 2 lanes. You might as well use Gen 3. I'm going to pull power on this now. I don't want the drives to get hot. The Intel chip is not the problem here. The Intel chip can handle it just fine. This motherboard may unintentionally or intentionally be running at half speed on the NVMe drives. That's what we don't know. We do know it's not the drive. We know it's not the slot. It's that fast to figure this out. That's why it's pointless to argue and debate about. Could it be this? Could it be that? Let's just move it and see. That's faster, and then we don't have to debate about imaginary results that we see in our head. We verified that it doesn't matter which slot or which drive. They both behave exactly the same, meaning they're running at half speed. That usually indicates, if I had to guess, there's a flaw in the BIOS. But I don't know. And when I hook up the minis for them, which uses the same chip, we're going to follow our video up on Sunday on that. We'll verify that that's running in 4 lanes because it's the same chip. And that means if I took this drive out and plugged it into the minis for them, it would say ×4. But I haven't looked. If they both show ×2, then it's a limitation of the board. But it's not a limitation of the chip. Therefore, I think something's misconfigured in the BIOS. We know it's not a bad NVMe drive. We know both slots work exactly the same. One slot isn't a high-performance slot versus a budget. They're both the same, so it shouldn't matter which slot that it's in. It doesn't matter. Forget shouldn't, it doesn't, we verified. And it doesn't matter which drive we use. So we know not the slot, it's not the drive. Everything's fine. And until we compare it to the minis form, I have to assume the minis form is properly seeing 4 channels, knowing that the Intel chip supports that. Therefore, I think it's a BIOS configuration issue, and this is an engineering sample. So that's highly likely in an engineering sample that they're not aware of it. It's equally likely they are aware of it and it's operating as intended at this price point. I don't know. And the only way I'm going to know is to write an email, ask them, and then share the answer with you next Friday on part 2. There you go. Easy peasy. We've taken it as far as we can take it. I'm sure we'll get an answer between now and next week. Thank you to everybody joining us. I also want to give a shout out and thank you to Buster and Mark Gaines for the Amazon gift cards. And of course, Mortant gave us a very generous Amazon gift card. Thank you again for that. Everybody in green, thank you again for your continued support. You're keeping us alive, keeping us rolling. Everybody in blue, everybody in white, thank you all for being a part of this amazing community and sharing your Friday with us. It is exactly 5 o'clock here in Phoenix. It's quitting time. I feel like the Flintstones and I need to blow the horn. It's a long show, but I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed having you here. Thank you to Mara for all the work she does in the background. And remember, the links to everything we talk about in the video are all in the video notes. There's no link for this yet because it doesn't yet exist. This is an early look of an upcoming product. And we're going to follow up with a part 2 on Friday, next Friday's show. Join us back here on Sunday as we follow up on part 2 of what we did last Sunday, the minis form equivalent using the same chip of a budget entry-level PC. I hope you'll join us. Tomorrow, our friend Mike's Unboxing will be live in England, and he participates with everybody in the chat room on Saturdays, so I hope you'll join him. And before he goes live, our friend Doug Betts His channel is Live Windows Trading with Doug Betts. So if you're like me, you'll start your Saturday off with a little Doug Betts and a little of Mike's unboxing. And then we'll be back on Sunday. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all again very, very soon. Until next time, bye for now.